Chapter 19 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 19. In the Mountains. It was Sunday evening. Inside a capacious dugout a small group of 2 men and a girl sat round the stove which had just been lit. In the mountains, even though the heat of August was still at its height, sundown was the signal for the lighting of fires. Dave's lumber camps were high up in the hills, tapping as they did the upper forest belts, where grew the vast primordial timbers. In the extreme heat of summer the air was bracing, crisp, and suggested the process of breathing diamonds, but with the setting of the sun a cold shiver from the ancient glaciers above whistled down through the trees and bit into the bones. The daylight still lingered outside, and the cotton-covered windows of the dugout let in just sufficient of it to leave the remoter corners of the hut bathed in rapidly growing shadow. There was a good deal of comfort in the room, though no luxury. The mud-cemented walls were whitewashed and adorned with illustrations from the Police Gazette and other kindred papers. For the most part, the furniture was of home manufacture. The chairs, and they were all armchairs of sorts, were mere frames with seats of strung rawhide. The table was of the roughest but most solid make, strong enough to be used as a chopping block, and large enough for an extra bed to be made down upon it. There was a large cupboard serving the dual purpose of larder and pantry, and in addition to the square cook stove, the room was heated by a giant wood stove. The only really orthodox piece of furniture was the small writing desk. For a dugout it was capacious, and, unlike the usual dugout, it possessed 3 inner rooms backing into the hill against which it was built. One of these was a storeroom for dynamite and other camp equipment, one was a bedroom, and the other was an armory. The necessity for the latter might be questioned, but Bob Mason, the camp boss, the sole authority over a great number of lumberjacks, more than 150 miles from the faintest semblance of civilization, was content that it should be there. The 3 faces were serious enough as they gazed down in silence at the glowing, red-hot patch in the iron roof of the stove, and watched it spread wider and wider under the forced draught of the open damper. They had been silent for some moments, and before that one of them had practically monopolized the talk. It was Betty who had done most of the talking. Bronzed with the mountain air and sun, her cheeks flushed with interest and excitement, her sweet brown eyes aglow, she had finished recounting to her uncle and Bob Mason a significant incident that had occurred to her that afternoon on her way back from the sick camp to the dugout. Walking through a patch of forest which cut the sick quarters off from the main, No. 1 camp, she had encountered 2 lumberjacks whom she had no recollection of having seen before. "They weren't like lumberjacks," she explained, "except for their clothes. You can't mistake a lumberjack's manner and speech, particularly when he is talking to a girl. He's so self-conscious and shy. Well, these men were neither. Their speech was the same as ours might be, and their faces, well, they were good-looking fellows, and might never have been out of a city. I never saw anybody look so out of place as they did, in their clothes. There was no beating about the bush with them. They simply greeted me politely, asked me if I was Miss Summers, and when I told them I was, calmly warned me to leave the hills without delay, not later than tomorrow night. I asked them for an explanation, but they only laughed, not rudely, and repeated their warning, adding that you, Uncle, had better go too, or they would not be answerable for the consequences. I reminded them of the sick folk, But they only laughed at that, too. One of them cynically reminded me they were all jacks, and were of no sort of consequence whatever. In fact, if a few of them happened to die off, no one would care. He made me angry, and I told them we should certainly care. He promptly retorted, very sharply, that they had not come there to hold any sort of debate on the matter, but to give me warning. He said that his reason in doing so was simply that I was a girl, and that you, Uncle, were a much respected parson, and they had no desire that any harm should come to either of us. That was all. After that they turned away, and went off into the forest, taking an opposite direction to the camp. Mason was the first to break the silence that followed the girl's story. "It's serious," he said, speaking with his chin in his hands and his elbows resting on his parted knees. "The warning?" inquired Chepstow, with a quick glance at the other's thoughtful face. Mason nodded. "I've been watching this thing for weeks past," he said, "and the worst of it is I can't make up my mind as to the meaning of it. There's something afoot, but do you know I've sent 6 letters down to the river to Dave, and none of them have been answered? My monthly budget of orders is a week overdue. That's not like Dave. How long have you been up here? 7 weeks, ain't it? I've only had 3 letters from Dave in that time." The foreman flung himself back in his chair with a look of perplexity on his broad, open face. "What can be afoot?" asked Chepstow after a pause. "The men are working well." "They're working as well as scabs generally do," Mason complained. "And 30% are scabs now. They're all slackers. They're none of them lumberjacks. They haven't the spirit of a jack. I have to drive 'em from morning till night. Oh, by the way, parson, that reminds me, I've got a note for you. It's from the sutler. I know what's in it, that is, I can guess." He drew it from his pocket, handed it across to him. "It's to tell you you can't have the store for service tonight. The boys want it. They're going to have a sing-song there, or something of the sort." The churchman's eyes lit. "But he promised me. I've made arrangements. The place is fixed up for it. They can have it afterward, but—" "Hadn't you better read the note, Uncle?" Betty said gently. She detected the rising storm in his vehemence. He turned at once to the note. It was short, and its tone, though apologetic, was decided beyond all question. "You can't have the store tonight. I'm sorry, but the boys insist on having it themselves. You will understand I am quite powerless when you remember they are my customers." Tom Chepstow read the message from Jules Lieberstein twice over. Then he passed it across to Mason. Only the brightness of his eyes told of his feelings. He was annoyed, and his fighting spirit was stirring. "Well, what are you going to do?" Mason inquired, as he passed the paper on to Betty in response to her silent request. "Do? Do?" Chepstow cried, his keen eyes shining angrily. "Why, I'll hold the service there, of course. Jules can't give a thing, and, at the last minute, take it away like that. I've had the room prepared and everything. I shall go and see him. "The trouble, whatever it is in that note, too," Betty interrupted, returning him the paper with the deliberate intention of checking his outburst. Mason gave her a quick glance of approval. Though he did not approve of women in a lumber camp, Betty's quiet capacity, her gentle womanliness, with her great strength of character and keenness of perception underlying it, pleased him immensely. He admired her, and curiously enough frequently found himself discussing affairs of the camp with her, as though she were there for the purpose of sharing the burden of his responsibilities. In the ordinary course this would not have happened, but she had come at a moment when his difficulties were many and trying. And at such a time her ready understanding had become decided moral support, which was none the less welcome for the fact that he failed to realize it. "You're right," he nodded. "There's something doing. What's that?" All three glanced at the door, and there was a look of uneasiness in each which they could not have explained. Mason hurried across the room with Chepstow at his heels. Outside, night was closing in rapidly. A gray, misty twilight held the mountain world in a gloomy shroud. The vast hills, and the dark woodland belts, loomed hazily through the mist. But the deathly stillness was broken by the rattle of wheels and the beating of hoofs upon the hard trail. The vehicle, whatever it was, had passed the dugout, and the sounds of it were already dying away in the direction of the distant camp. "There's a fog coming down," observed Mason as they returned to the stove. "That was a buckboard," remarked the parson. "And it was traveling fast and light," added Betty. And each remark indicated the point of view of the speaker. Mason thought less of the vehicle than he did of the fog. Any uneasiness he felt was for his work rather than the trouble he felt to be brewing. A heavy fog was always a deterrent, and at this time of year, fogs were not unfrequent in the hills. Chepstow was bent on the identity of the arrival, while Betty sought the object of it. Mason did not return to his seat. He stood by the stove for a moment, thinking. Then he moved across to his pea-jacket hanging on the wall and put it on, at the same time slipping a revolver into his pocket. Then he pulled a cloth cap well down over his eyes. "I'll get a good look around the camp," he said quietly. "Going to investigate?" Chepstow inquired. "Yes. There have been too many arrivals lately, one way and another. I'm sick of 'em." Betty looked up into his face with round smiling eyes. "You need a revolver to make investigations?" she asked lightly. The lumberman looked her squarely in the eyes for a moment, and there he read something of the thought which had prompted her question. He smiled back at her as he replied, "It's a handy thing to have about you when dealing with the scum of the earth. Lumbermen on this continent are not the beau ideal of gentlefolk, but when you are dealing with the class of loafers such as I have been forced to engage lately, well, the real lumberjack becomes an angel of gentleness by contrast. A gun doesn't take up much room in your pocket, and it gives an added feeling of security. You see, if there's any sort of trouble brewing, the man in authority is not likely to have a healthy time. By the way, parson, I'd suggest you give up this service tonight. Of course, it's up to you. I don't want to interfere. You see, if the boys want that store, and you've got it, why—" He broke off with a suggestive shake of the head. Betty watched her uncle's face. She saw him suddenly bend down and fling the damper wider open, and in response the stove roared fiercely. He sat with his keen eyes fixed on the glowing aperture, watching the rapidly brightening light that shone through. The suggestion of fiery rage suited his mood at the moment. But his anger was not of long duration. His was an impetuous disposition, generally controlled in the end by a kindly Christian spirit, and a few moments later, when he spoke, there was the mildness of resignation in his words. "Maybe you're right, Mason," he said calmly. "You understand these boys up here better than I do. Besides, I don't want to cause you any unnecessary trouble, and I see by your manner you're expecting something serious." Then he added regretfully, "But I should have liked to hold that service, and I would have done it in spite of our Hebrew friend's sordid excuse. However, by the way, can I be of any service to you?" He pointed at the lumberman's bulging pocket. If it's necessary to carry that, two are always better than one." Betty sighed contentedly. She was glad that her uncle had been advised to give up the service. Her woman's quick wit had taken alarm for him, and, well, she regarded her simple-minded uncle as her care. She felt she was responsible to her aunt for him. It was the strong maternal instinct in her which made her yearn to protect and care for those whom she loved. Now she waited anxiously for the foreman's reply. To her astonishment it came with an alacrity and ready acceptance which further stirred her alarm. "Thanks," he said. "As you say, two. Here, slip this other gun into your coat pocket." And he reached the fellow revolver to his own from its holster upon the wall. "Now let's get on." He moved toward the door. Chepstow was in the act of following when Betty's voice stopped him. "What time will you get back?" she inquired. "How shall I know that—" She broke off. Her brown eyes were fixed questioningly upon the lumberman's face. "We'll be around in an hour," said Mason confidently. "Meanwhile, Miss Betty, after we're gone, just set those bars across the door. And don't let anybody in till you hear either mine or your uncle's voice." The girl understood him. She always understood without asking a lot of questions. She was outwardly quite calm, without the faintest trace of the alarm she really felt. She had no fear for herself. At that moment she was thinking of her uncle. After the men had gone she closed the heavy log door, but did not bar it as she had been advised. Then returning to the stove, she sat down and took up some sewing, prepared to await their return with absolute faith and confidence in the lumberman's assurance. She stitched on in the silence, and soon her thoughts drifted back to the man who had so strangely become the lodestone of her life. The trouble suggested by Mason must be his trouble. She wondered what could possibly happen on top of the fever, which she and her uncle had been fighting for the past weeks, that could further jeopardize his contract. She could only see one thing, and her quickness of perception in all matters relating to the world she knew drove her straight to the reality. She knew it was a general strike Mason feared. She knew it by the warning she had received, by the foreman's manner when he prepared to leave the hut. She was troubled. In imagination she saw the great edifice Dave had so ardently labored upon toppling about his ears. In her picture she saw him great, calm, resolute, standing amidst the wreck, with eyes looking out straight ahead, full of that great fighting strength which was his heart sore and bruised, but his lips silent, his great courage and purpose groping for the shattered foundations that the rebuilding might not be delayed an instant. It was her delight and pride to think of him thus, whilst, with every heart-beat, a nervous dread for him shook her whole body. She tried to think wherein she could help this man, who was more to her than her own life. She bitterly hated her own womanhood as she thought of those two men bearing arms at that instant in his interests. Why could not she? But she knew that privilege was denied her. She threw her sewing aside as though the effeminacy of it sickened her, and rose from her seat and paced the room. "Oh, Dave, Dave, why can't I help you?" It was the cry that rang through her troubled brain with every moment that the little metal clock on the desk ticked away, while she waited for the menfolk's return. End of chapter 19. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 20 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe. A Story of the Red Sand Valley. by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 20. The Church Militant. Outside the hut Mason led the way. The mist had deepened into a white fog, which seemed to deaden all sound, so quiet was everything, so silent the grim woods all around. It had settled so heavily that it was almost impossible to see anything beyond the edge of the trail. There was just a hazy shadow, like a sudden depth of mist, to mark the woodland borders. Beyond this all was gray and desolate. The dugout was built at the trail side, a trail which had originally been made for travoying logs, but had now become the main trail linking up the camp with the eastern world. The camp itself, No. 1, the main camp, was further in the woods to the west, a distance of nearly a mile and a half by trail, but not more than half a mile through the woods. It was this short-cut the two men took now. They talked as they went, but in hushed tones. It was as though the gray of the fog and the knowledge of their mission weighed heavily, inspiring them with a profound feeling of caution. "You've not had any real trouble before?" Chepstow asked. "I mean trouble such as would serve you with a key to what is going on now?" "Oh, we've had occasional rackets," said Mason easily. "But nothing serious, nothing to guide us in this. No, we've got to find this out. You see, there's no earthly reason for trouble that I know. The boys are paid jolly well, a sight better than I would pay them if this was my outfit. The hours are exacting, I admit. This huge contract has caused that. It's affected us in most every way, but Dave is no niggard, and the inducement has been made more than proportionate, so there's no kick coming on that head. Where before axeman's work was merely a full 8 hours, it now takes them something like 9 and 10, and work like the devil to get through even in that time. But their wages are simply out of sight. Do you know there are men in this camp drawing from $4 to $5 a day clear of food and shelter? Why, the income of some of them is positively princely." "What is it you think is on foot?" Chepstow demanded, as he buttoned his coat close about his neck to keep out the saturating mist. Then, as his companion didn't answer at once, he added, half to himself, "It's no wonder there's fever with these mists around." Bob Mason paid no heed to the last remark. The fever had lost interest for him in the storm clouds he now saw ahead. Hitherto he had not put his thoughts on the matter into concrete form. He had not given actual expression to his fears. There had been so little to guide him. Besides, he had had no sound reason to fear anything that is no definite reason. It was his work to feel and understand the pulse of the men under him, and it largely depended on the accuracy of his reading whether or not the work under his charge ran smoothly. He had felt for some time that something was wrong, and Betty's story had confirmed his feeling. He was some moments before he answered, but when he did it was with calm decision. "Organize strike," he said at last. Tom Chepstow was startled. The words "organize strike" had an unpleasant sound. He suddenly realized the isolation of these hill camps, the lawless nature of the lumberjacks. He felt that a strike up here in the mountains would be a very different thing from a strike in the heart of civilization, and that was bad enough. The fact that the tone of Mason's pronouncement had suggested no alarm made him curious to hear his views upon the position. "The reason?" he demanded. The lumberman shrugged. "Haven't a notion." They tramped on in silence for some time, the sound of their footsteps muffled in the fog. The gray was deepening, and, with oncoming night, their surroundings were rapidly becoming more and more obscure. Presently the path opened out into the wide clearing occupied by No. 1 camp. Here shadowy lights were visible in the fog, but beyond that nothing could be seen. Mason paused and glanced carefully about him. "This fog is useful," he said with a short laugh. "As we don't want to advertise our presence, we'll take to the woods opposite and work our way round to the far side of the camp." "Why the far side?" "The store is that way, and yes, I think the store is our best plan. Jules Lieberstein is a time-serving ruffian, and will doubtless lend himself to any wildcat scheme of his customers. Besides, this sing-song of the boys sounds suggestive to me." "I see." Chepstow was quick to grasp the other's reasoning. The sing-song had suggested nothing to him before. Now they turned from the open and hastened across to the wood belt. As they entered its gloomy aisles, the fog merged into a pitchy blackness that demanded all the lumberman's woodcraft to negotiate. The parson hung close to his heels, and frequently had to assure himself of his immediate presence by reaching out and touching him. A quarter of an hour's tramp brought them to a halt. "We must get out of this now," whispered Mason. "We are about opposite the store. I've no doubt that buckboard will be somewhere around. I've a great fancy to see it." They moved on, this time with greater caution than before. Leaving the forest, they found the fog had become denser. The glow of the camp lights was no longer visible, just a blank gray wall obscured everything. However, this was no deterrent to Mason. He moved along with extreme caution, stepping as lightly and quietly as possible. He wished to avoid observation, and though the fog helped him in this, it equally afforded the possibility of his inadvertently running into someone. Once this nearly happened. His straining ears caught the faint sound of footsteps approaching, and he checked his companion only just in the nick of time to let two heavy-footed lumberjacks cross their course directly in front of them. They were talking quite unguardedly as they went, and seemed absorbed in the subject of their conversation. "You're a fool, a measly-headed fool, Tyke," one of them was saying, with a heat that held the two men listening. "You ain't got nothin' to lose. We ain't got no kick comin' from us, I'll allow that, sure. But if by kickin' we can draw a few more dollars out of him, I say kick, and kick good and hard. Them as is fixin' this racket knows they'll do the fancy work. We'll just set around and take the boodle as it comes." The man laughed harshly. The shrewdness of his argument pleased him mightily. "But what's it for, though?" asked the other, the man addressed as Tyke. "Is it a raise in wages?" "Say, ain't you smart?" retorted the first speaker. "Sure it's wages. A raise. What else does folks strike for?" "But—" "Cut it. You ain't no sort of savvy. You ain't got nothin' but to set around—" The voice died away in the distance, and Mason turned to his companion. "Not much doubt about that. The man objecting is Tyke Bacon, one of our oldest hands. A thoroughly reliable axeman of the real sort. The other fellow's voice I didn't recognize. I'd say he's likely one of the scallywags I've picked up lately. This trouble seems to have been brewing ever since I was forced to pick up chance loafers who floated into camp." Chepstow had no comment to make, yet the matter was fraught with the keenest interest for him. Mason's coolness did not deceive him, and even with his limited experience of the men of these camps, the thing was more than significant. Caution became more than ever necessary now as they neared their destination, and in a few moments a ruddy glow of light on the screen of fog told them they had reached the sutler's store. They came to a halt in rear of the building, and it was difficult to estimate their exact position. However, the sound of a powerful clarion-like voice reached them through the thickness of the log walls, and the lumberman at once proceeded to grope his way along, in the hope of finding a window or some opening through which it would be possible to distinguish the words of the speaker. At last his desire was fulfilled. A small break in the heavy wall of lateral logs proved to be a cotton-covered pivot window. It was closed, but the light shone through it, and the speaker's words were plainly audible. Chepstow closed up behind him, and both men craned forward, listening. Someone was addressing what was apparently a meeting of lumberjacks. The words and voice were not without refinement, and, obviously, were not belonging to a lumberman. Moreover, it struck the listeners that this man, whoever he be, was not addressing a meeting for the first time. In fact, Mason had no difficulty in placing him in the calling to which he actually belonged. He was discoursing with all the delectable spaciousness of a regular strike organizer. He was one of those products of trade unionism who are always ready to create dissatisfaction where labor's contentment is most nourishing to capital, that is, at a price. He is not necessarily a part of trade unionism, but exists because trade unionism has created a market for his wares and made him possible. Just now he was lending all his powers of eloquence and argument to the threadbare quackery of his kind, the iniquity of the possession of wealth acquired by the sweat of 1,000 moderately honest brows. It was the old dish, garnished and hashed up afresh, whose poisonous odors he was wafting into the nostrils of his ignorant audience. He was dealing with men as ignorant and hard as the timber it was their life to cut, and he painted the picture in all the crude, lurid colors most effective to their dull senses. The blessings of liberal employment, of ample wages, the kindly effort made to add to their happiness and improve their lives were ignored, even rigorously shut out of his argument, or so twisted as to appear definite sins against the legions of labor. For such is the method of those who live upon the hard-earned wages of the unthinking worker. For some minutes the two men listened to the burden of the man's unctuous periods, but at last an exclamation of disgust broke from the lumberman. "Makes you sick," he whispered in his companion's ear. "And they'll believe it all. Here!" He drew a penknife from his pocket and passed the blade gently through the cotton of the window. The aperture was small, he dared not make it bigger for fear of detection, but by pressing one eye close up against it, it was sufficient for him to obtain a full view of the room. The place was packed with lumberjacks, all with their keenest attention upon the speaker, who was addressing them from the reading desk Tom Chepstow had set up for the purposes of his Sunday evening service. The desecration drew a smothered curse from the lumberman. He was not a religious man, but that an agitator such as this should stand at the parson's desk was too much for him. He scrutinized the fellow closely, nor did he recognize him. He was a stranger to the camp, and his round fat face set his blood surging. Besides this man, there were 3 others sitting behind him on the table the parson had set there for the purposes of administering Holy Communion, and the sight maddened him still more. 2 of these he recognized as laborers he had recently taken on his time-sheet, but the other was a stranger to him. At last he drew back and made way for his companion. "Get a good look, parson," he said. Then he added with an angry laugh, "I've thought most of what you'll feel like saying. I'd like to riddle the hide of that son of a dog's wife. We did well to get around. We're in for a heap bad time, I guess." Chepstow took his place. Mason heard him mutter something under his breath, and knew at once that the use of his reading desk and communion table had struck home. But the sacrilege was promptly swept from the parson's mind. The speaker was forgotten, the matter of the coming strike, even, was almost forgotten. He had recognized the 3rd man from the table, the man who was a stranger to Mason, and he swung round to the lumberman. "What's Jim Truscott doing there?" he demanded in a sharp whisper. "Who? Jim Truscott?" For a second a puzzled expression set Mason frowning. Then his face cleared. "Say, isn't that the fellow who ran that mill? He's a friend of Dave's?" But the other had turned back to the window. And at that moment Mason's attention was also caught by the sudden turn the agitator's talk had taken. "Now, my friends," he was saying, "this is the point I would impress on you. Hitherto we have cut off all communication of a damaging nature to ourselves with the tyrant at Malkern, but the time has come when even more stringent measures must be taken. We wish to conduct our negotiations with the mill owner himself, direct. We must put before him our proposals. We want no go-betweens. As things stand, we cannot reach him, and the reason is the authority of his representative up here. Such obstacles as he can put in our way will be damaging to our cause, and we will not tolerate them. He must be promptly set aside, and by an absolute stoppage of work we can force the man from Malkern to come here so that we can talk to him and insist upon our demands. We must talk to him as from worker to fellow worker. He must be forced to listen to reason. Experience has long since taught me that such is the only way to deal with affairs of this sort. Now, what we propose," and the man turned with a bow to the three men behind him, thus including them with himself, "is that without violence we take possession of these camps and strike all work, and, securing the person of Mr. Mason and any others likely to interfere with us, we hold them safe until all our plans are fully put through. During the period necessary for the cessation of work, each man will draw an allowance equal to 2/3 of his wages, and he will receive a guarantee of employment when the strike is ended. The sutler, Mr. Lieberstein here, will be the treasurer of the strike funds, and pay each man his daily wage. There is but one thing more I have to say. We intend to take the necessary precautions against interference tonight. The cessation of work will date from this hour, and in the meantime we will put to the vote—" Chepstow, his keen eyes blazing, turned and faced the lumberman. "The scoundrels!" he said, with more force than discretion. "Did you hear? It means—" The lumberman chuckled, but held up a warning hand. "They're going to take me prisoner," he said. Then he added grimly, "There's going to be a warm time tonight." But the churchman was not listening. Again his thought had reverted to the presence of Jim Truscott at that meeting. "What on earth is young Truscott doing in there?" he asked. "He went away east the night I set out for these hills. What's he got to do with that rascally agitator? Why, he must be one of the leaders of this thing. It's most puzzling." Chepstow's puzzlement did not communicate itself to Mason. The camp boss was less interested in the identity of these people than in the strike itself. It was his work to see that so much lumber was sent down the river every day. That was his responsibility. Dave looked to him, and he was face to face with a situation which threatened the complete annihilation of all his employer's schemes. A strike effectually carried out might be prolonged indefinitely. And then— "Look here, parson," he said coolly, "I want you to stay right here for a minute or so. They aren't likely to be finished for a while inside there. I want a prospect. I want to find that buckboard. That damned agitator, excuse the language, must have come up in it, so I guess it's near handy. The fog's good and thick, so there's not a heap of chance of anybody locating us. Still—" He paused and glanced into the churchman's alert eyes. "Have a look to your gun." He went on with a quiet smile. "And, well, you are a parson, but if anybody comes along and attempts to molest you, I'd use it if I were in your place." Chepstow made no reply, but there was something in his look that satisfied the other. Mason hurried away, and the parson, left alone, leaned against the wall, prepared to wait for his return. In spite of the plot he had listened to, the presence of Jim Truscott in that room occupied most of his thoughts. It was most perplexing. He tried every channel of supposition and argument, but none gave him any satisfactory explanation. One thing alone impressed its importance on his mind. That was the necessity of conveying a warning to Dave. But he remembered these conspirators, had cut communications. Mason, and probably he, were to be made prisoners. His ire roused. He blazed into a sudden fury. These rascals were to make them prisoners. Almost unconsciously he drew his gun from his pocket and turned to the window. As he did so, the sound of approaching footsteps set him alert and defensive. He swung his back to the wall again, and, gun in hand, stood ready. The next moment he hurriedly returned the weapon to his pocket, but not before Mason had seen the attitude and the fighting expression of his face, and it set him smiling. "I've found the buckboard," he said in a whisper. Then he paused and looked straight into the churchman's eyes. "We're up against it," he went on. "Maybe you as well as myself. You can't tell where these fellows'll draw the line. And there's Miss Betty to think of, too. Are you ready to buck? Are you game? You're a parson, I know, and these things—" "Get to it, boy," Chepstow interrupted him sharply. "I am of necessity a man of peace, but there are things that become a man's duty. And it seems to me to hit hard will better serve God and man just now than to preach peace. What's your plan?" Mason smiled. He knew he had read the parson aright. He knew he had in him a staunch and loyal support. He liked, too, the phrase by which he excused his weakness for combat. "Well, I mean to do this sponge-faced crawler down, or break my neck in the attempt. I don't intend to be made a prisoner by any damned strikers. This thing means ruin to Dave, and it's up to me to help him out. I'm going to get word through to him. I understand now how our letters have been intercepted, and no doubt his have been stopped too. I'm going to have a flutter in this game. It's a big one, and makes me feel good. What say? Are you game?" "For anything," exclaimed the parson with eyes sparkling. "Well, there's not a heap of time to waste in talk. I'll just get you to slip back to the dugout. Gather some food and truck into a sack, and a couple of guns or so, and some ammunition. Then get Miss Betty and slip out. Hike on down the trail 100 yards or so, and wait for me. Can you make it?" Chepstow nodded. "And you?" he asked. "I'm going to get possession of that buckboard and—come right along. The scheme's rotten, I know, but it's the best I can think of at the moment. It's our only chance of warning Dave. There's not a second to spare now, so cut along. You've got to prepare for a 2 days' journey." "Anything else?" "Nothing. Miss Betty's good grit, in case—" Chepstow nodded. "Game all through. How long can you give me?" "Maybe a half hour." "Good. I can make it in that." "Right. S'long." "S'long." End of chapter 20. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 21 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, A Story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 21. An Adventure in the Fog. Tom Chepstow set out for the dugout. Churchman as he was, his blood was stirred to fighting heat. His lean, hard muscles were tingling with a nervous desire for action. Nor did he attempt to check his feelings, or compose them into a condition compatible with his holy calling. Possibly, when the time had passed for action, and the mantle of peace and goodwill toward all men had once more fallen upon him, he would bitterly regret his outbreak, but for the moment he was a man, human, passionate, unreasoning, thrilling with the joy of life and the delight of a moral truancy from all his accepted principles. No schoolboy could have broken the bonds of discipline with a greater joy, and his own subconscious knowledge of wrongdoing was no mar to his pleasure. The fog was thick, but it did not cause him great inconvenience. He took to the woods for his course, and, keeping close to the edge which encircled the camp clearing, he had little difficulty in striking the path to the dugout. This achieved, he had but to follow it carefully. The one possibility that caused him anxiety was lest he should overshoot the hut in the fog. But he need have no fear of this. Dense as the fog was, the lights of the dugout were plainly visible when he came to it. Betty, with careful forethought, had set the oil lamps in the two windows. She quite understood the difficulties of that forest land, and she had no desire for the menfolk to spend the night roaming the wilderness. The parson found her calmly alert. She did not fly at him with a rush of questions. She was far more composed than he, yet there was a sparkling brilliancy in her brown eyes which told of feelings strongly controlled. Her eyelids were well parted, and there was a shade of quickening in the dilation of her nostrils as she breathed. She looked up into his face as he turned after closing the door, and his tongue answered the mute challenge. "There's to be a great game tonight," he said, rubbing the palms of his hands together. The tone, the action, both served to point the state of his mind. Knowing him as she did, Betty needed no words to tell her that the game was to be no sort of play. "It's a strike," he went on. "A strike, and a bad one. They intend to make a prisoner of Mason, and maybe of us. We've got to outwit them. Now, help me get some things together, and I'll tell you while we get ready. We've got to quit tonight." He picked up a gunny sack while he was speaking and gave it to Betty to hold open. Then he immediately began to deplete the lumberman's larder of any eatables that could be easily carried. Ever since the men had left her, this strike had been in Betty's mind, so his announcement in no way startled her. "What of Dave?" she asked composedly. "Has he any idea of it?" "That's just it. We've got to let him know. He's quite in the dark. Communication's cut. Mason must get away at once to let him know. He intends to jump their buckboard and team. I mean those strikers' buckboard." He laughed. He felt ready to laugh at most things. It was not that he did not care. His desire was inspired by the thought that he was to play a part in the game. "The one that came in tonight?" Betty asked, taking up a fresh sack to receive some pots and blankets. "Yes." "And we are to bolt with him?" she went on in a peculiar manner. Her uncle paused in the act of putting firearms and ammunitions into the sack. Her tone checked his enthusiasm. Then he laughed. "We're not bolting, Betty. We're escaping so that Dave may get the news. His fortune depends on our success. Remember, our communications are cut." But his arguments fell upon deaf ears. Betty smiled and shook her brown head. "We're bolting, Uncle. Listen, there's no need for us to go. In fact, we can't go. Think for a moment. Things depend on the speed with which Dave learns of the trouble. We should make 2 more in the buckboard of which the horses are already tired. Mason, by himself, will travel light. Besides, a girl is a deterrent when it comes to fighting. No, wait." She held up a warning finger, as he was about to interrupt. "Then there are the sick here. We cannot leave them. They are our duty. Besides, Dave's interest would be ill served if we left the fever to continue its ravages unchecked." In her last remark Betty displayed her woman's practical instinct. Perhaps she was not fully aware of her real motive. Perhaps she conscientiously believed that it was their duty that claimed her. Nevertheless, her thought was for the man she loved, and it guided her every word and action. It inspired her. The threat of imprisonment up here did not frighten her, did not even enter into her considerations at all. Dave, her every nerve vibrated with desire to help him, to save him. Chepstow suddenly reached out and laid a hand on her shoulder. His enthusiasm had passed, and, for the moment, the churchman in him was uppermost again. "You're right, Betty," he said with decision. "We stay here." The girl's eyes thanked him, but her words were full of practical thought. "Will Mason come here? Because if so, we'll get these things outside ready." "No, we've got to carry them down the trail and meet him there. There may be a rush. There may be a scuffle. We don't know. I half think you'd better stay here while I go and meet him." Betty shook her head. "I'm going to help," she exclaimed, with a flash of battle in her eyes. "Then come on." Her uncle shouldered the heavier of the 2 sacks, and was about to tuck the other under his arm, but Betty took it from him, and lifted it to her shoulder in a twinkling. "Halves!" she cried, as she moved toward the door. The man laughed light-heartedly and blew out the lights. Then, as he reached the girl's side, a distant report caused him to stop short. "What's that?" he demanded. "A pistol shot!" cried Betty. "Come along!" They ran out of the hut and down the trail, and in a moment were swallowed up in the fog. Bob Mason intended to give Chepstow a fair start. He knew, if he were to be successful, his task would occupy far less time than the others, and a vital point in his scheme lay in meeting his 2 friends at the appointed spot. He was fully alive to the rank audacity of his plan. It was desperate, and the chances were heavily against him. But he was not a man to shrink from an undertaking on such a score. He had to warn Dave, and this was the only means that suggested itself. If he were not a genius of invention, he was at least full of courage and determination. On his previous reconnoitre he had located the buckboard at the tying posts in front of the store. Quite why it had been left there he could not understand, unless the strike leader intended leaving camp that night. However, the point of interest lay in the fact of the vehicle and horses being there ready for his use, if he could only safely possess himself of them, so speculation as to the reason of its being there was only of secondary interest. When he made his first move, Tom Chepstow had been gone some 10 minutes. He groped his way carefully along the wall until the front angle of the building was reached, and here he paused to ascertain the position of things. The meeting was still in progress inside, and, as yet, there seemed to be no sign of it breaking up. The steady hum of voices that reached him told him this. About 20 yards directly in front of him was the buckboard, while to the right, perhaps half that distance away, was the open door of the store, and adjacent to it a large glass window. Both were lit up, and the glow from the oil lamps shone dully on the fog bank. He was half inclined to reconnoiter these latter to ascertain if anyone were about, but finally decided to go straight for his goal and chance everything. With this intention, he moved straight out from the building and vanished in the fog. He walked quickly. Fortune favored him until he was within a few yards of the tying post, when suddenly the clanging of an iron-handled bucket being set roughly upon the ground brought him to a dead standstill. Someone was tending the horses, probably watering them. Evidently they were being got ready for a journey. Almost unconsciously his hand went to the pocket in which he carried his revolver. At that moment a roar of applause came from the store, and he knew the meeting was drawing to a close. Then came a prolonged cheering, followed by the raucous singing of "He's a jolly good fellow." It was the end. He could delay no longer. Taking his bearings as well as the fog would permit, he struck out for the tail end of the buckboard. He intended reaching the near side of the horses, where he felt that the reins would be looped up upon the harness, and as the best means of avoiding the man with the bucket. In this he had little difficulty, and when he reached the vehicle he bent low, and, passing clear of the wheels, drew up toward the horses' heads. By this time the man with the bucket was moving away, and he breathed more freely. But his relief was short-lived. The men were already pouring out of the store, and the fog-laden air was filled with the muffled tones of many voices. To add to his discomfiture, he further became aware of footsteps approaching. He could delay no longer. He dared not wait to let them pass. Then they might be the owners of the buckboard. His movements became charged with almost electrical activity. He reached out and assured himself that the bits were in the horses' mouths. Then he groped for the reins. As he expected, they were looped in the harness. Possessing himself of them, he reached for the collar chain securing the horses to the posts. He pressed the swivel open and, releasing it, lowered the chain noiselessly. And a moment later 2 men loomed up out of the fog on the off side. They were talking, and he listened. "It's bad medicine you leaving tonight," he heard the voice of the strike leader say in a grumbling tone. "I can't help that," came the response. It was a voice he did not recognize. "Well, we've got to secure this man Mason tonight. You can't trust these fellows a heap. Give him time, and someone will blow the game. Then he'll be off like a rabbit." "Well, it's up to you to get him," the strange voice retorted sharply. "I'm paying you heavily. You've undertaken the job. Besides, there's that cursed parson and his niece up here. I daren't take a chance of their seeing me. I oughtn't to have come up here at all. If Lieberstein hadn't been such a grasping pig of a Jew, there would have been no need for my coming. You've just got to put everything through on your own, Walford. I'm off." Mason waited for no more. The buckboard belonged to the stranger, and he was about to use it. He laughed inwardly, and his spirits rose. Everything was ready. He dropped back to the full extent of the reins as stealthily and as swiftly as possible. This cleared him of the buckboard and hid him from the view of the men. Then, with a rein in each hand, he slapped them as sharply as he could in the quarters of the cold and restless horses. They jumped at the neck yoke, and with a yank he swung them clear of the tying posts. He shouted at them and slapped the reins again, and the only 2 willing beasts plunged into a gallop. He heard an exclamation from one of the men as the buckboard shot past them, and the other made a futile grab for the offside rein. For himself, he seized the rail of the carryall with one hand and gave a wild leap. He dropped into the vehicle safely, but with some force, and his legs were left hanging over the back. But he had not cleared the danger yet. He was in the act of drawing in his legs when they were seized in an arm embrace, and the whole weight of a man hung upon him in an effort to drag him off the vehicle. There was no time to consider. He felt himself sliding over the rail, which only checked his progress for an instant. But that instant gave him a winning chance. He drew his revolver, and leveling it, aimed point blank at where he thought the man's shoulder must be. There was a loud report, and the grip on his legs relaxed. The man dropped to the ground, and he was left to scramble to his feet and climb over into the driving seat. A blind, wild drive was that race from the store. He drove like a fury in the fog, trusting to the instinct of the horses and the luck of the reckless to guide him into the comparative safety of the eastward trail. As the horses flew over the ground, the cries of the strikers filled the air. They seemed to come from every direction, even ahead. The noise, the rattling of the speeding wheels, fired his excitement. The fog, the dense gray pall that hung over the whole camp, was his salvation, and he shouted back defiance. It was a useless and dangerous thing to do, and he realized his folly at once. A great cry instantly went up from the strikers. He was recognized, and his name was shouted in execration. He only laughed. There was joy in the feel of the reins, in the pulling of the mettlesome horses. They were running strong and well within themselves. It was only a matter of seconds from the time of his start to the moment when he felt the vehicle bump heavily over a series of ruts. He promptly threw his weight on the near side rein, and the horses swung round. It was the trail he was looking for, and as the horses settled down to it, he breathed more freely. It was only after this point had been gained and passed that he realized the extent of his previous risk. He knew that the entrance to the trail on its far side was lined by log shanties, and he had been driving straight for them. In the midst of his freshly acquired ease of mind came a sudden and unpleasant recollection. He remembered the path through the woods to the dugout. It was shorter than the trail he was on by nearly a mile. While he had over a mile and a half to go, those in pursuit, if they took to the path, had barely half. He listened, but he knew beforehand that his fears were only too well founded. Yes, he could hear them. The voices of the pursuers sounded away to the left. They were abreast of him. They had taken to the woods. He snatched the whip from its socket and laid it heavily across the horses' backs, and the animals stretched out into a race. The buckboard jumped, it rattled, and shrieked. The pace was terrific. But he was ready to take every chance now, so long as he could gain sufficient time to take up those he knew to be waiting for him ahead. In another few minutes he would know the worst, or the best. Again and again he urged his horses, but already they were straining at the top of their speed. They galloped as though the spirit of the race had entered their willing souls. They could do no more than they were doing. It was only cruelty to flog them. If their present speed was insufficient, then he could not hope to outstrip the strikers. If he only could hear their voices dropping behind. The minutes slipped by. The fog worried him. He was watching for the dugout, and he feared lest he should pass it unseen. Nor could he estimate the distance he had come. Hark! The shouts of the pursuers were drawing nearer, and they were still abreast of him. He must be close on the dugout. He peered into the fog, and suddenly a dark shadow at the trail side loomed up. There was no mistaking it. It was the hut, and it was in darkness. His friends must be on ahead. How far? That was the question. On that depended everything. What was that? The hammering of heavy feet on the hard trail sounded directly behind him. He had gained nothing. Then he thought of that halt that yet remained in front of him, and something like panic seized him. He slashed viciously at his horses. He felt like a man obsessed with the thought of trailing bloodhounds. He must keep on, on. There must be no pause, no rest, or the ravening pack would fall on him and rend him. Yet he knew that halt must come. He was gaining rapidly enough now. Without that halt they could never come up with him. But his ears were straining for Chepstow's summons. Every second it was withheld was something gained. He possessed a frantic hope that some guiding spirit might have induced the churchman to take up a position very much further on than he had suggested. "Hello!" The call had come. Chepstow was at the edge of the trail. Mason's hopes dropped to zero. He abandoned himself to the inevitable, flung his weight on the reins, and brought his horses to a stand with a jolt. "Where's Miss Betty?" he demanded. But his ears caught the sound of the men behind him, and he hurried on without waiting for a reply. "Quick, parson, the bags! Fling 'em in and jump for it. They're close behind." "Betty's gone back," cried Chepstow, flinging the sacks into the carryall. "I'm going back too. You go on alone. We've got the sick to see to. Tell Dave we're all right. So long. Drive on. Good luck, eh?" A horrified cry from Mason had caused the final ejaculation. He was pointing at the off-side horse standing out at right angles to the pole. "For God's sake, fix that trace!" he cried. "Quick, man, it's unhooked. Gee, what Chepstow sprang to secure the loosened trace. He, too, could hear the pursuers close behind. He fumbled the iron links in his anxiety, and it took some moments to adjust. "Right!" he cried at last, after what seemed an interminable time. Mason whipped up his horses, and they sprang to their traces. But as they did so, there was a sudden rush from behind, and a figure leapt on to the carryall. The buckboard rocked, and the driver, in the act of shouting at his horses, felt himself seized by the throat from behind. Fortunately the churchman saw it all. His blood rushed to his brain. As the buckboard was sweeping past him, he caught the iron rail and leapt. In an instant he was on his feet and had closed with Mason's assailant. He, too, went for the throat with all the ferocity of a bulldog. The mantle of the church was cast to the winds. He was panting with the lust for fight, and he crushed his fingers deep into the man's windpipe. They dropped together on the sacks. Mason, released, dared not turn. He plied his whip furiously. He had the legs of his pursuers, and he meant to add to his distance. He heard the struggle going on behind him. He heard the gasp of a choking man. And listening, he reveled in it as men of his stamp will revel in such things. "Choke him, parson! Choke the swine!" he hurled viciously over his shoulder. He got no answer. The struggle went on in silence, and presently Mason began to fear for the result. He slackened his horses down and glanced back. Tom Chepstow's working features looked up into his. "I've got him," he said. Then of a sudden he looked anxiously down at the man he was kneeling on. He's unconscious. I hope you'd better pull up." "I wish you'd choke the life out of him," cried Mason furiously. "I did my best, I'm afraid," the parson replied ruefully. "You'd better pull up." But the lumberman kept on. "Half a minute. Get these matches and have a look at 'em. I'll slow down." The churchman seized the matches, and in his anxiety at what he had done, struck several before he got one burning long enough to see the unconscious man's face. Finally he succeeded, and an ejaculation of surprise broke from him. "Heavens! It's Jim Truscott!" he cried. He pressed his hand over the man's heart. "Thank God, he's alive," he added. Mason drew up sharply. A sudden change had come over his whole manner. He sprang to the ground. "Here, help me secure him," he said almost fiercely. "I'll take him down to Dave." They lashed their prisoner by his hands and feet. Then Mason seized the churchman excitedly by the arm. "Get back, parson," he cried. "Get back to the dugout quick as he'll let you. There's Miss Betty." "God, I'd forgotten. And there's those strikers." End of chapter 21. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 22 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 22. Terror in the Mountains. Fear drove Chepstow headlong for the dugout. Mason's words, his tone and manner, had served to excite him to a pitch closely bordering upon absolute terror. What of Betty? Over and over again he asked himself what might not happen to her, left alone at the mercy of these savages. What if, balked of their prey, they turned to loot and wreck his hut? It was more than possible. To his fear-stricken imagination it was inevitable. His gorge rose, and he sickened at the thought, and he raced through the fog to the girl's help. The self-torture he suffered in those weary minutes was exquisite. He railed at his own criminal folly in letting her leave his side. He reviled Mason and his wild schemes. Dave and his interests were banished from his mind. The well-being of Malkern, of the mills, of anybody in the world but the helpless girl, mattered not at all to him. It was Betty, of Betty alone he thought. An innocent girl in the hands of such ruthless brutes as these strikers, what could she do? It was a maddening thought. He prayed to heaven as he went that he might be in time, and his prayers rang with a fervor such as they never possessed in his vocation as a churchman. And his mood alternated with another, which was its direct antithesis. The vicious thoughts of a man roused to battle ran through his brain in a fiery torrent. His whole outlook upon life underwent a change. All the kindly impulses of his heart, all the teachings of his church, all his best Christian beliefs fell from him and left the naked, passionate man. Churchman, good Christian he undoubtedly was, but before all things he was a man, and just now a man in a fighting mood. It probably took him less than 20 minutes to make the return journey, yet it seemed to him hours. He certainly endured hours of mental anguish. But at last it ended with almost ludicrous abruptness. In the obscurity of the fog he was brought to a halt by impact with the walls of the dugout. He recovered himself and stood for a moment listening. There was no sound of anyone within, nor was there any sign of the strikers. He moved round to the door. A beam of light shone beneath it. He breathed more freely. Then, to his dismay, at his first touch the door swung open. His fears leapt again. He dreaded what that open door might disclose. Then, in the midst of his fears, a cry of relief and joy broke from him. "Thank God, you're safe!" he exclaimed as he rushed into the room. Betty looked up from the work in her lap. She was seated beside the box stove sewing. Her calmness was in flat contrast to her uncle's excited state. She smiled gently, and her soft eyes had in them a questioning humor that had a steadying effect upon the man. "Safe? My dear, of course I'm safe," she said. "But I was a little anxious about you. You were so long getting back. Did Bob Mason get safely away?" Chepstow laughed. "Yes, oh yes, he got away safely." "He?" The work lay in Betty's lap and her fingers had become idle. "Yes, but we captured one of the strikers." The parson suddenly turned to the door and barred it securely. Then, as he went on, he crossed to the windows and began to barricade them. "Yes, we had a busy time. They were hard on his heels when he pulled up for me. We nailed the foremost. He jumped on the buckboard and almost strangled Mason. I jumped on it too and almost strangled him." He laughed harshly. His blood was still up. Betty bent over her work and her expressive face was hidden. "Who was he? I mean, your prisoner? Did you recognize him, or was he a new hand?" Chepstow's laugh abruptly died out. He had suddenly remembered who his prisoner was, and he tried to ignore the question. "Oh, yes, we recognized him, but," he went on hurriedly, "we must get some supper. I think we are in for a busy time." But Betty was not so easily put off. Besides, her curiosity was roused by her uncle's evident desire to avoid the subject. "Who was he?" she demanded again. There was no escape, and the man knew it. Betty could be very persistent. "Eh? Oh, I'm afraid it was Jim Truscott," he said reluctantly. Betty rose from her chair without a word. She stirred the fire in the cook stove and began to prepare a supper of bacon and potatoes and tea, while her uncle went on with his task of securing the windows. It was the latter who finally broke the silence. Has anyone been here?" he asked awkwardly. Betty did not look up from her work. "Two men paid me a visit," she said easily. "One asked for you. He seemed angry. I told him you had gone over to the sick camp, that you were coming back to supper. He laughed fiercely. He said if you didn't come back I'd find myself up against it. Then he hurried off, and I was glad." "And the other?" Chepstow's work was finished. He had crossed over and was standing beside the cook stove. His question came with an undercurrent of fierceness that Betty was unused to, but she smiled up into his face. "The other? I think he had been drinking. He was one of those two I met in the woods. He asked me why I hadn't taken his warning. I told him I was considering it. He leered at me and said it was too late, and assured me I must take the consequences. Then he tried to kiss me. It was rather funny." "Funny? Great heavens! And you—" Betty's smile broadened as she pointed to a heavy revolver lying in the chair she had just vacated. "I didn't have any trouble. I told him there were 5 barrels in that, all loaded, and each barrel said he'd better get out." Did he go?" Chepstow could scarcely control his fury, but Betty answered him in a quiet, determined manner. "Not until I emptied one of them," she said. Then, with a rueful smile, she added, "But it went very wide of its mark." Her uncle tried to laugh, but the result was little better than a furious snort. "Why did you leave the door open?" he inquired a moment later. "Well, you were out. You might have returned in a hurry and—but sit down, uncle dear. Food's ready." The man sat down, and Betty stood by to supply him with all he needed. Then he noticed she had only prepared food for one. "Why, child, what about you?" he demanded kindly. "I've had some biscuits and tea before you came in. I'm not hungry. Now, don't bother about it, dear. Yes, I am quite well." She shook her head and smiled at him as he attempted to interrupt her, but the smile was a mere cloak to her real feelings. She had eaten before he came in, as she said. But if she hadn't, she could have eaten nothing now. Her mind was swept with a hot tide of anxious thought. She had 1,001 questions unanswered, and she knew it would be useless putting any one of them to her kindly, impetuous uncle. He was to her the gentlest of guardians, but quite impossible as a confidant for her woman's fears, her woman's passionate desire to help the man she loved. He was staunch and brave, and in what might lay before them she could have no better companion, no better champion, but where the subtleties of her woman's feelings were concerned, there could be no confidence in him. She watched him eat in silence, and presently, when he looked up at her, her soft brown eyes were lit by an almost maternal regard for him. He had no understanding of that look, and Betty knew it, otherwise it would not have been there. "I can't understand it all," he said. "Jim is a worse rascal than I thought. I believe he's not only in this strike, but one of the organizers. Why? That's what I can't make out. Is it mischief, wanton mischief? Is it jealousy of Dave's success? It's a puzzle I can't solve anyhow. After all his protestations to me, the thing's inconceivable. It's enough to destroy all one's belief in human nature." "Or strengthen it." "Eh?" "It is only natural for people to err," Betty said seriously. "And having erred, it is human nature, whatever our motives, however good our intentions, to find that the mire into which we have fallen sucks hard. It is more often than not the floundering to save ourselves that drives us deeper into it. Poor Jim! He needs our pity and help, just as we so often need help." Her uncle stared into the grave young face. His astonishment kept him silent for a moment. He pushed impatiently away from the table. But it was not until Betty had moved back to her chair at the stove that he found words to express himself. He was angry, quite angry with her. It was not that he was really unchristian, but when he thought of all that this strike meant, he felt that sympathy for the man who was possibly the cause of it was entirely out of place. "Truscott needs none of your pity, Betty," he said sharply. "If pity he needed, it is surely for those whom one man's mischief will harm. Do you know what this strike means, child? Before it reaches the outside of these camps, it will turn a tide of vice loose upon the men themselves. They will drink, gamble. They will quarrel and fight. And when such men fight, it more often than not results in some terrible tragedy. Then, like some malignant cuttlefish, this strike will grope its crushing feelers out from here, its lair, seeking prey on which to fix its sucking tentacles. They will reach Malkern, and work will be paralyzed. That means ruin to more than half the villagers who depend upon their weekly wage. It goes further than that. The mills will shut down. And if the mills shut, good-bye to all trade in Malkern. It means ruin for everybody. It means the wrecking of all Dave's hopes, hopes which have for their object the welfare of the people of our valley. It is a piece of rascality that nothing can justify. Jim Truscott does not need our pity. It's the penitentiary he needs. Betty, I'm—" But Betty looked up with passionate, glowing eyes from the work she had resumed. "Do you think I don't know what it means, Uncle?" she demanded, with a depth of feeling that silenced him instantly. "Do you think because I pity poor Jim that I do not understand the enormity of his wickedness in this matter? Have I spent the best part of my life in our valley carrying on the work that has fallen to my share, work that has been my joy and happiness to do, without understanding the cruelty which this strike means to our people, those who are powerless to help themselves against it? Do you think I don't understand what it means to Dave? Oh, Uncle, if you but knew," she went on reproachfully. "I know it means practically the end of all things for Dave if his contract fails. I know that he is all out for the result. That his resources are even now taxed to their uttermost limit, and that only the smooth running of the work can save him from a disaster that will involve us all. If I had a man's strength, there is nothing I would not do to serve him. If my two hands, if my brain could assist him in the smallest degree, he would not need to ask for them. They are his, his," she cried, with a passion that thrilled the listening man. "You are angry with me because I feel sorry for an erring man. I am sorry for him. Yet should evil come to our valley, to Dave, through his work, no wildcat would show him less mercy than I. Oh, why am I not a man with two strong hands?" she cried despairingly. "Why am I condemned to be a useless burden to those I love? Oh, Dave, Dave!" she cried with a sudden self-abandonment, so passionate, so overwhelming that it alarmed her uncle. "Why can't I help you? Why can't I stand beside you and share in your battles with these two hands?" She held out her arms in a gesture of appeal. Then they dropped to her side. In a moment she turned almost fiercely upon her uncle, swept on by a tide of feeling long pent up behind the barrier of her woman's reserve, but now no longer possible of restraint. "I love him. I love him. I know. You are ashamed for me. I can see it in your face. You think me unwomanly? You think I have outraged the conventions which hem our sex in? And what if I have? I don't care. I care for nothing and no one but him. He is the world to me, the whole wide world. I love him so I would give my life for him. Oh, Uncle, I love him, and I am powerless to help him." She sank into her chair and buried her face in her hands. Blame, displeasure, contempt, nothing mattered. The woman was stirred, let loose. The calm strength which was so great a part of her character had been swept aside by her passion, which saw only the hopelessness with which this strike confronted the man she loved. Chepstow watched her for some moments. He was no longer alarmed. His heart ached for her, and he wanted to comfort her. But it was not easy for him. At last he moved close to her side, and laid a hand upon her bowed head. The action was full of a tender, even reverential sympathy, and it was that, more than his words, which helped to comfort the woman's stricken heart. "You're a good child, Betty," he said awkwardly, "and I'm glad you love him. Dave will win out. Don't you fear. It is the difficulties he had to face that have made him the man he is. Remember, Mason has got away, and— What's that?" Something crashed against the door and dropped to the ground outside. Though the exclamation had broken from the man, he needed no answer. It was a stone hurled with vicious force. Betty sat up. Her face had suddenly returned to its usual calm. She looked up into her uncle's eyes and saw that the light of battle had been rekindled there. Her own eyes brightened. She, too, realized that battle was imminent. They were 2 against hundreds. Her spirit warmed. Her recent hopelessness passed, and she sprang to her feet. "The cowards!" she cried. The man only laughed. End of chapter 22. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 23 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 23. The Red Tide of Anarchy. Betty and her uncle spent the next few hours in preparing for eventualities. They explored the storeroom and armory, and in the latter they found ample provision for a stout defense. There were firearms in plenty, and such a supply of ammunition as should be sufficient to withstand a siege. The store of dynamite gave them some anxiety. It was dangerous where it was, in case of open warfare, but it would still be more dangerous in the hands of the strikers. Eventually they concealed it well under a pile of other stores, in the hopes, in case of accident, it might remain undiscovered. During their preparations several more stones crashed against the walls and the door of the building. They were hurled at longish intervals, and seemed to be the work of one person. Then, finally, no more were thrown, and futile as the attack had been, its cessation brought a certain relief and ease of mind. To the man it suggested the work of some drunken lumberjack, perhaps the man who had been so forcibly rebuffed by Betty earlier in the evening. It was 1 o'clock when Chepstow took a final look round his barricades. Betty was sitting at the table with a fine array of firearms spread out before her. She had just finished loading the last one when her uncle came to her side. She looked up at him with quiet amusement in her eyes. "I was wondering," she said, with just a suspicion of satire in her manner, "whether we are in a state of siege or panic." But her uncle's sense of humor was lacking at the moment. He saw only the gravity of his responsibility. "You'd best get to bed," he said a little severely. "I shall sit up. You must get all the rest you can. We do not know what may be in store for us." Betty promptly fell in with his mood. "But the sick," she said. "We must visit them tomorrow. We cannot let them suffer." "No, we must wait and see what tomorrow brings forth. In the meantime—" He broke off, listening. Betty, too, had suddenly turned her eyes upon the barred door. There was a long pause, during which the murmur of many voices reached them, and the faint but distinct sound of tramping feet. The man's eyes grew anxious, his lean face was set and hard. It was easy enough to read his thoughts. He was weighing the possibilities of collision with these strikers, and calculating the chances in his favor. Betty seemed less disturbed. Her eyes were steady and interested rather than alarmed. "There's a crowd of them," said her uncle in a hushed voice. The girl listened for something which perhaps her uncle had forgotten. Sober, she did not expect much trouble from these people. If they had been drinking, it would be different. The voices grew louder. The shuffling, clumping footsteps grew louder. They drew near. They were within a few yards of the building. Finally they stopped just outside the door. Instantly there was a loud hammering upon it, and a harsh demand for admittance. Neither stirred. "Open the door!" roared the voice, and the cry was taken up by others until it grew into a perfect babel of shouting and cursing. Betty moved to her uncle's side and laid a hand upon his arm. She looked up into his face and saw the storm clouds of his anger gathering there. "We shall have to open it, Uncle," she said. That's Tim Canfield's voice." He looked down into her eager young face. He saw no fear there. He feared, but not for himself. It was of her he was thinking. He wanted to open the door. He wanted to vent his anger in scathing defiance, but he was thinking of the girl in his charge. He was her sole protection. He knew only too well what strike meant to these men. It meant the turning of their savage passions loose upon brains all too untutored to afford them a semblance of control. Then there was the drink, and drink meant— The clamor at the door was becoming terrific. He stirred and, walking swiftly across the room, put his mouth to the jamb. "What do you want?" he shouted angrily. "What right have you to come here disturbing us at such an hour?" Instantly the noise dropped. Then he heard Tim's voice repeating his words to the crowd, and they were greeted with a laugh that had in it a note of rebellion. The laugh died out as the spokesman turned again to the door. "Open this gol-derned door, or we'll bust it in," he shouted, and a chorus of "Break it in!" was taken up by the crowd. The parson's anger leapt. His keen nerves were on edge in a moment. Even Betty's gentle eyes kindled. He turned to her, his eyes blazing. "Hand me a couple of guns," he cried, in a voice that reached the men outside. "Get hold of a couple yourself. If there's to be trouble, we'll take a hand." Then he turned to the door, and his voice was thrilling with fight. "I'll open the door to no one till I know what you want," he shouted furiously. "Beat the door in. I warn you those who step inside will get it good and plenty. Beat away!" His words had instant effect. For several seconds there was not a sound on the other side of the door. Then someone muttered something, and instantly the crowd took up a fierce cry, urging their leaders on. But the men in front were not to be rushed into a reckless assault, and a fierce altercation ensued. Finally silence was restored, and Tim Canfield spoke again, but there was a conciliatory note in his voice this time. "You can open it, parson," he said. "We're talkin' fair. We ain't nothin' up agin you. We're astin' you to help us out some. If you open that door, me and Mike Dougal'll step in, and no one else. We'll tell you what's doin'. There don't need to be no shootin' to this racket." The churchman considered. The position was awkward. His anger was melting, but he knew that, for the moment, he had the whip hand. However, he also knew if he didn't open the door, ultimately force would certainly be used. These were not the men to be scared easily. But Betty was in his thoughts, and finally it was Betty who decided for him. "Open it," she whispered. "It's our best course. I don't think they mean any harm, yet." The man reluctantly obeyed, but only after some moments' hesitation. He withdrew the bars, and as the girl moved away beyond the stove, and sat down to her sewing, he stepped aside, covering the doorway with his 2 revolvers. "Only 2 of you," he cried, as the door swung open. The 2 men came in, and turning quickly, shut the rest of the crowd out and rebarred the door. Then they confronted the churchman's 2 guns. There was something tremendously compelling in Chepstow's attitude and the light of battle that shone in his eyes. He meant business, and they knew it. Their respect for him rose, and they watched him warily until presently he lowered the guns to his side. He eyed them severely. They were men he knew, men who were real lumberjacks, matured in the long service of Dave's mills, men who should have known better. They were powerfully built and grizzled, with faces and eyes as hard as their tremendous muscles. He knew the type well. It was the type he had always admired, and a type, once they were on the wrong path, he knew could be very, very dangerous. "Well, boys?" he demanded, in a more moderate tone, yet holding them with the severity of his expression. "What's all this bother about? What do you mean by this intolerable bulldozing?" The men suddenly discovered Betty at the far side of the stove. Her attitude was one of preoccupation in her sewing. It was pretense, but it looked natural. They abruptly pulled off their caps, and, for the moment, seemed half abashed. But it was only for the moment. The next, Canfield turned on the churchman coldly. "You're actin' kind of foolish, parson," he said. "It ain't no use takin' gun play when there ain't no need whatever. It's like to make things ridiculous awkward and set the boys sore. We come along here peaceful to talk to you fair." "So you bring an army," broke in Chepstow impatiently, "after holding a meeting at the store, and considering the advisability of making prisoners of my niece and me." "Who said?" demanded Tim fiercely. "I did," retorted Chepstow militantly. The promptness of his retort silenced the lumberman. He grinned and leered round at his companion. "Well?" The parson's voice was getting sharper. "Well, it's like this, parson. There ain't going to be no prisoner makin' if you act reasonable. There ain't nothin' up to you nor the lady but what's good and clean. You've see to our boys who's sick, and done right by us. We can't say the same for others. We just want you to come right along down to the camp. There's a fellow been shot by that all-fired skunk Mason, and I guess he's just busy bleedin' plumb to death. Will you come?" "Who is it?" The shortness of Chepstow's tone was uncompromising. The lumberjack stirred uneasily. He glanced round at his companion. The churchman saw the look and understood. "Come on, Mike Duggan, out with it. I'm not going to be played with," he said. "Your mate doesn't seem easy about it. I suppose it's one of the ringleaders of your strike, and you want me to patch him up so he can go on with his dirty work. Well, I'm waiting." Duggan's eyes flashed. "Easy, parson," he said sharply. "The feller's name is Walford. You ain't like to know him for sure. He's kinder runnin' things for us. He's hit in the shoulder bad." "Ah, it's that fellow who was speaking at your meeting. So he's got his medicine. Good. Well, you want me to fix him up?" The lumberjacks nodded. "That's it," said Duggan cheerfully. Chepstow considered for a moment. Then he glanced over at Betty. Their eyes met, and his had a smile of encouragement in them. He turned back at once to the waiting men. "I'll help you, but on one or two conditions. I demand my own conditions, absolutely. They're easy, but I won't change them or moderate them by a single detail." "Get to it, parson," said Canfield, as he paused. "Make 'em easy, and there won't be no kick comin'. You must bring the fellow here, and leave him with us until he is sufficiently recovered. Any of you can come and see him, if he's not too sick. Then you must give me a guarantee that my niece and I can visit the sick camp to tend the boys up there without any sort of molestation. You understand? You must guarantee this. You must guarantee that we are in no way interfered with, and if at any time we are out of this hut, no one will enter it without our permission. We are here for peace. We are here to help your sick comrades. Your affairs with your employers have nothing to do with us. Is it a deal?" "Why, sure, parson," replied Duggan, and Tim nodded his approval. "It's folks like you makes things easy for us," said the latter, with hearty good will. "Guess we'll shake on it." He held out his hand, and Chepstow promptly gripped it. He also shook the other by the hand. "Now, boys," he said genially, "how about those others outside? How will you guarantee them?" "We'll fix that quick. Say, Mike, just open that door." Canfield turned again to Chepstow, while Mike obeyed orders. "I'll give them a few words," he went on, "and we'll send right off for Walford. He's mighty bad, parson. He's—" The door was open by this time, and the two men hurried out. Chepstow secured it behind them, and stood listening for what was to happen. He heard Canfield haranguing the crowd, and his words seemed to have the desired effect, for presently the whole lot began to move off, and in 2 minutes the last sound of voices and receding footsteps had died out. Betty drew a sigh of relief. "Uncle," she said, smiling affectionately across at him as he left the door and came toward the stove, "you are a genius of diplomacy." The man laughed self-consciously. "Well, we have gained a point," he said doubtfully. Betty let her eyes fall upon her sewing again. "Yes, we have gained a point. I wonder how long that point will hold good, when the drink begins to flow." "That's what I'm wondering." And their question was answered in less than 24 hours. Half an hour later the wounded strike leader was brought to the hut. He was in a semi-conscious state, and a swift examination showed him to be in a pretty bad way. The bullet had plowed its way through the shoulder, smashing both the collarbone and the shoulder blade. Then, though no vital spot had been touched, the loss of blood had been terrific. He had been lying at the store ever since he was shot by Mason, with just a rough bandage of his own shirt, which had been quite powerless to stop the flow of blood. It took Chepstow nearly 2 hours to dress the wound and set the bones, and by that time the man's weakness had plunged him into absolute unconsciousness. Still, this was due solely to the loss of blood, and with careful nursing there was no real reason why he should not make a satisfactory recovery. The rest of the night was spent at the sick man's bedside. Betty and her uncle shared the vigil in reliefs, and, weary work as it was, they never hesitated. A life was at stake, and though the man was the cause of all the trouble, or instrumental in it, they were yet ready to spare no effort on his behalf. With the parson it was sheer love of his duty toward all men that gave him inspiration. With Betty there may have been a less Christian spirit in her motives. All this man's efforts had been directed against the man she loved, and she hated him for it. But a life was at stake, and a life, to her, was a very sacred thing. The next day was spent between care for the sick at the fever camp and the wounded man in their own quarters, and the guarantee of the strikers was literally carried out. There were 1 or 2 visits to their sick leader, but no interference or molestation occurred. Then at sundown came the first warning of storm. Betty was returning to the dugout. She was tired and sick at heart with her labors. For both it had been a strenuous day, but it had found her strength out a good deal more than it had her uncle's. Ahead of her she knew there yet lay a long night of nursing the wounded man. It was a gorgeous evening. The fog had quite passed away. A splendid sunset lit the glittering peaks towering about her with a cloak of iridescent fire. The snow-caps shone with a ruddy glow, while the ancient glaciers suggested molten streams pouring from the heart of them to the darkling wood-belts below. The girl paused, and for a moment the wonder of the scene lifted her out of her weariness. But it was only momentary. The whole picture was so transient. It changed and varied with kaleidoscopic suddenness, and vanished altogether in less than 5 minutes. Again the mountains assumed the gray cold of their unlit beauties. The sun had gone, and day merged into night with almost staggering abruptness. She turned with a sigh to resume her journey. It was then that her attention was drawn elsewhere. In the direction of the lumber camp, in the very heart of it, it seemed, a heavy smoke was rising and drifting westward on the light evening breeze. It was not the haze of smoke from campfires just lit, but a cloud augmented by great belches from below. And in the growing dusk she fancied there was even a ruddy reflection lighting it. She stared with wide-open, wondering eyes. Suddenly a great shaft of flame shot up into its midst, and as it lit the scene she heard the shouting of men mingling with the crash of falling timber. She stood spellbound, a strange terror gripping her heart. It was fear of the unknown. There was a fire, burning what? She turned and ran for the dugout. Bursting into the hut, she poured out her tidings to her uncle, who was preparing supper. The man listening to her hasty words understood the terror that beset her. Fire in those forest regions might well strike terror into the heart. He held a great check upon himself. "Sit down, child," he said gently, at the conclusion of her story. "Sit down and have some food. Afterward, while you see to Walford, I'll cut through the woods and see what's doing." He accomplished his object. Betty calmed at once, and obediently sat down to the food he set before her. She even forced herself to eat, and presently realized she was hungry. The churchman said nothing until they had finished eating. Then he lit his pipe. "It's drink, I expect," he said, as though he had been striving to solve the matter during supper. "Likely they're burning the camp. We know what they are." Betty took a deep breath. "And if they're doing that here, what about the outlying camps?" She knew that such an event would mean absolute ruin to Dave, and again her terror rose. This time it was for Dave, and the feeling sickened her. Her uncle put on his hat. He had no answer for her. He understood what was in her mind. "Don't leave this place, Betty," he said calmly. "Redress Walford's wound the way I showed you. Keep this door barred, and don't let anyone in. I'll be back soon." He was gone, and the manner of his going suggested anything but the calmness with which he spoke. Once outside, the terror he had refused to display in Betty's presence lent wings to his feet. Night had closed in by the time he took to the woods. Now the air was full of the burning reek, and he tried to calculate the possibilities. He snuffed at the air to test the smell, fearful lest it should be the forest that was burning. He could not tell. He was too inexperienced in woodcraft to judge accurately. In their sober senses, these lumberjacks dreaded fire as much as a sailor dreads it at sea. Then there could be little doubt as to the cause of it now. The inevitable had happened. Drink was flowing, scorching out the none too acute senses of these savages. Where would their orgy lead them? Was there any limit that could hold them? He thought not. If he were inexperienced in the woodsman's craft, he knew these woodsmen, and he shuddered at the pictures his thoughts painted. As he drew nearer the camp, the smoke got into his lungs. The fire must be a big one. A sudden thought came to him, and with it his fears receded. He wondered why it had not occurred to him before. Of course. His eyes brightened almost to a smile. If what he suspected had happened, perhaps it was the hand of Providence working in Dave's interest. Working in Dave's and perhaps it was the cleansing fires of the Almighty sent to wipe out the evil inspired by the erring mind of man. He reached the fringe of woods which surrounded the clearing of the camp, and in another few seconds he stood in the open. "Thank God!" he exclaimed. Then, in a moment, the horror of a pitying Christian mind shone in his eyes. His lips were tight shut, and his hands clenched at his sides. Every muscle strung tense with the force of his emotions. In the center of the clearing the sutler's store was a blazing pile. But it was literally in the center, with such a distance between it and the surrounding woods as to reduce the danger of setting fire to them to a minimum. It was this, and the fact that it was the store where the spirits were kept, that had inspired his heartfelt exclamation. But his horror was for that which he saw besides. The running figures of the strikers about the fire were the figures of men mad with drink. Their shoutings, their laughter, their antics told him this. But they were not so drunk but what they had sacked the store before setting it ablaze. Ah, he understood now, and he wondered what had happened to the Jew trader. He drew nearer. He felt safe in doing so. These demented savages were so fully occupied that they were scarcely likely to observe him. And if they did, he doubted if he were running much personal risk. They had no particular animosity for him. And as he came near, the sights he beheld sickened him. There were several fights in progress. Not individual battles, but drunken brawls in groups. Mauling, savaging masses of men whose instinct, when roused, it is to hurt anyhow, and if possible to kill. These men fought as beasts fight, tearing each other with teeth and hands, gouging, hacking, clawing. It was a merciless display of brute savagery inspired by a bestial instinct, stirred to fever pitch by the filthy spirit served in a lumber camp. At another point, well away from the burning building, the merchandise was piled, tossed together in the reckless fashion only to be expected in men so inspired. Around this were the more sober, helping themselves greedily, snatching at clothing, at blankets, at the tools of their craft. Some were loaded with tin boxes of fancy biscuits and canned meats. Others had possessed themselves of the cheap jewelry such as traders love to dazzle the eyes of their simple customers with. Each took as his stomach guided him, but with a gluttony for things which can be had for nothing, always to be found in people of unbridled passions. It was a sight little less revolting than the other, for it spoke of another form of unchecked savagery. Not far from this, shown in strong belief by the lurid fires, was gathered a shouting, turbulent crowd round a pile of barrels and cases. 3 barrels were standing on end, apart from the rest, and their heads had been removed, and round these struggled a maddened crew with tin pannikins. They were dipping the fiery spirit out of the casks, and draining each draught as hurriedly as the scorching stuff could pass down their throats, so as to secure as much as possible before it was all gone. The watching man shuddered. Truly, a more terrible display was inconceivable. The men were not human in their orgy. They were wild beasts. What, he asked himself, what would be the result when the liquor had saturated the brains of every one of them? It was too terrible to contemplate. The roar of the blazing building, the babble of shouting, the darkly lurid light shining amidst the shadows of surrounding woods, the starlit heavens above, the stillness of mountain gloom and solitude, these things created a picture so awful of contemplation as to be unforgettable. Every detail drove into the watching man's heart as though graven there with chisel and hammer. It was a hellish picture, lit with hellish light, and set in the midst of gloom profound. The men might have been demons silhouetted against the ruddy fire. Their doings, their antics, had in them so little that was human. It was awful, and at last, in despair, the man in the outskirts of the clearing turned and fled. Anything rather than this degrading sight. He could bear it no longer. He sickened, yet his heart yearned for them. There was nothing he could do to help them or check them. He could only pray for their demented souls, and see to the safeguarding of Betty. Betty heard her uncle's voice calling, and flung down the bars of the door. She looked into his ghastly face as he hurried in. She asked no question, and watched him as with nervous hands he closed and secured the door behind him. Her eyes followed his movements as he crossed to the stove and flung himself into a chair. She saw his head droop forward, and his hands cover his eyes in a gesture of despair. Still she waited, her breath coming more quickly as the moments passed. She moved a step toward him, and slowly he raised a drawn, haggard face, and his horrified eyes looked into hers. "You must not leave this hut on any pretense, Betty," he said slowly. Then he raised his eyes to the roof. "God have pity on them. They are mad, mad with drink, and ready for any debauchery. I could kill the men," he went on, shaking his two clenched fists in the air, "who have driven them—" "Hush, Uncle," the girl broke in, laying a restraining hand upon his upraised arms. "One of them lies over there, and he is wounded. We must do what we can to help." End of chapter 23. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 24 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 24. In the Dead of Night. It was sundown in the Red Sand Valley. The hush of evening had settled upon Malkern, and its calm was only broken by the droning machinery of the mills. The sky was lit by that chilly, yellow afterglow of sunset which, eastward, merges into the gray and purple of twilight. Already the long-drawn shadows had expanded into the dusk so rapidly obscuring the remoter distance. Straight and solemn rose spires of smoke from hidden chimneys, lolling in the still air, as though loath to leave the scented atmosphere of the valley below. It was the moment of delicious calm when nature is preparing to seek repose. Two women were standing at the door of Dave's house, and the patch of garden surrounding them, so simple, so plain, was a perfect setting for their elderly, plainly clad figures. Dave's mother, very old but full of quiet energy, was listening to the gentle complaint of Mrs. Chepstow. She was listening, but her gaze was fixed on the distant mills, an attitude which had practically become her settled habit. The mill, to her, was the end of the earth. There was nothing beyond. "I am dreadfully worried," Mrs. Tom was saying, the anxious wrinkles of her forehead lifting her brows perplexedly. "It's more than 6 weeks since I heard from Tom and Betty. It's not like him, he's so regular with letters, usually. It was madness letting Betty go up there. I can't think what we were doing. If anything has happened to them, I shall never forgive myself. I think I shall go down and talk to Dave about it. He may know something. He's sure to know if they are well." The other slowly withdrew her gaze from the mills. It was as though the effort required to do so were a great one, and one she reluctantly undertook. The pivot of her life was her boy, a pivot upon which it revolved without flagging or interruption. She had watched him grow to a magnificent manhood, and with all a pure woman's love and wonderful instinct she had watched and tended him as she might some great oak tree raised from the frailest sapling. Then when his struggles came, she had shared them with him with a supreme loyalty, helping him with a quiet, strong sympathy which found expression in little touches which probably even he never realized. All his successes and disasters had been hers, all his joys, all his sorrows. And now, in her old age, she clung to this love with a pathetic tenacity of one who realizes that the final parting is not far distant. Her furrowed face lit with a wonderful smile. "I cannot say for sure," she said. "There are times when Dave will not admit me to the thoughts which disturb him. At such times I know that things are not running smoothly. There are other times when he talks quite freely of his hopes, his fears. Then I know that all is well. When he complains I know he is questioning his own judgment, and distrusts himself. And when he laughs at things I know that the trouble is a sore one, and I prepare for disaster. All his moods have meaning for me. Just now I am reading from his silence, and it tells me that much is wrong, and I am wondering. But I do not think it concerns Betty, and, consequently, not your husband. If anything were wrong with her, I think I should know." She smiled with all the wisdom of old age. Mrs. Tom's anxiety was slightly allayed, but her curiosity was proportionately roused. "Why would you know about Betty?" she asked. The older woman's eyes were again turned in the direction of the mill. "Why? Why?" She smiled and turned to the churchman's wife. "It would produce a fresh mood in my boy, one I'm not familiar with." Then she became suddenly grave. "I think I should dread that mood more than any other. You see, deep down in his heart there are passionate depths that no one has yet stirred. Were they let loose, I fear to think how they might drive him. Dave's head only rules just as far as his heart chooses." "But Betty?" demanded Mrs. Tom. "How is she—" "Betty?" interrupted the other, humorously eyeing the eager face. "The one great passion of Dave's life is Betty. I know. And he thinks it is hopeless. I am betraying no confidence. Dave hugs his secret to himself, but he can't hide it from me. I'm glad he loves her. You don't know how glad. You see, I am in love with her myself, and I am getting very old." "And does Betty know?" Dave's mother shook her head and smiled. "Betty loves him, but neither understands the other's feelings. But that is nothing. Love belongs to heaven, and heaven will straighten this out. Listen." The old woman's eyes turned abruptly in the direction of the mill. There was a curious, anxious look in them, and a perplexed frown drew her brows together. One hand was raised to hold the other woman's attention. It was as though something vital had shocked her, as though some sudden spasm of physical pain had seized her. Her face slowly grew gray. 3 people passing along the trail in front of the house had also stopped. Their eyes were also turned in the direction of the mill. Further along, a child at play had suddenly paused in its game to turn toward the mill. There were others, too, all over the village who gave up their pursuits to listen. "The mills have stopped work," cried Mrs. Tom, breathlessly. But Dave's mother had no response for her. She had even forgotten the other's presence at her side. The drone of the machinery was silent. Dawson was interviewing his employer in the latter's office. Both men looked desperately worried. Dave's eyes were lit with a brooding light. It was as though a cloud of storm had settled upon his rugged features. Dawson had desperation in every line of his hard face. "Have you sent up the river?" demanded Dave, eyeing his head man as though he alone were responsible for the trouble which was upon them. "I've sent, boss. We've had jams on the river before, and I guessed it was that. I didn't worry any for 24 hours. It's different now. There ain't been a log come down for nigh 36 hours. "How many men did you send up?" "6. 2 teams, and all the gear needed for breaking the jam." "Yes. You're sure it is a jam?" "There ain't nothin' else, boss. Leastways, I can't see nothin' else." "No. And the boom? You've worked out the reserve?" "Clean right out. There ain't a log in it fit to cut." Dave sat down at his desk. He idled clumsily for some moments with the pen in his fingers. His eyes were staring blankly out of the grimy window. The din of the saws rose and fell, and the music for once struck bitterly into his soul. It jarred his nerves, and he stirred restlessly. What was this new trouble that had come upon him? No logs. No logs. Why? He could not understand. A jam? Dawson said it must be a jam on the river. He was a practical lumberman, and to him it was the only explanation. He had sent up men to find out and free it. But why should there be a jam? The river was wide and swift, and the logs were never sent down in such crowds as to make a thing of that nature possible at this time of year. Later, yes, when the water was low and the stream slack, but now, after the recent rains, it was still a torrent. No logs. The thought was always his nightmare, and now it was a reality. "It must be a jam, I suppose," said Dave presently, but his tone carried no conviction. "What else can it be, boss?" asked the foreman anxiously. His employer's manner, his tone of uncertainty, worried Dawson. He had never seen Dave like this before. "That's so." Then a look of eager interest came into his eyes. He pointed at the window. "Here's Odd," he said, "and he's in a hurry." Dawson threw open the door, and Simon Odd lumbered hurriedly into the room. He seemed to fill up the place with his vast proportions. His face was anxious and doubtful. "I've had to shut down at the other mill, boss," he explained abruptly. "There ain't no logs. There've been none for—" "36 hours," broke in Dave with an impatient nod. "I know." "You know, boss?" "Yes." The master of the mills turned again to the window, and the 2 men watched him in silence. What would he do? This man to whom they looked in difficulty, this man who had never yet failed in resource, in courage, to meet and overcome every obstacle, every emergency that harassed a lumberman's life. Suddenly he turned to them again. In his eyes there was a peculiar angry light. "Well?" he demanded in a fierce way that was utterly foreign to him. "Well?" he reiterated. "What are you standing there for? Get you out, both of you. Shut this mill down, too." Simon Odd moved to the door, but Dawson remained where he was. It almost seemed as if he had not understood. The mill was to be shut down for the first time within his knowledge. What did it mean? In all his years of association with Dave he had seen such wonders of lumbering done by him that he looked upon him as almost infallible. And now he was tacitly acknowledging defeat without making a single effort. The realization, the shock of it, held him still. He made no move to obey the roughly spoken command. Suddenly Dave turned on him. His face was flushed. "Get out!" he roared. "Shut down the mill!" It was the cry of a man driven to a momentary frenzy. For the time despair, black, terrible despair, drove the lumberman. He felt he wanted to hit out and hurt someone. Dawson silently followed Odd to the door, and in 5 minutes the saws were still. Dave sat on at his desk waiting. The moment the shriek of the machinery ceased, he sprang to his feet and began pacing the floor in nervous, hurried strides. What that cessation meant to him only those may know who have suddenly seen their life's ambitions, their hopes, crushed out at one single blow. Let the saws continue their song, let the droning machinery but keep its dead level of tone, and failure in any other form, however disastrous, could not hurt in such degree as the sudden silencing of his lumberman's world. For some minutes he was like a madman. He could not think. His nerves shivered from his feet to the crown of his great ugly head. His hands were clenched as he strode, until the nails of his fingers cut the flesh of the palms into which they were crushed. For some minutes he saw nothing but the black ruin that rose like a wall before him and shut out every thought from his mind. The cessation of machinery was like a pall suddenly burying his whole strength and manhood beneath its paralyzing weight. But gradually the awful tension eased. It could not hold and its victim remained sane. So narrow was his focus during those first passionate moments that he could not see beyond his own personal loss. But with the passing minutes his view widened, and into the picture grew those things which had always been the inspiration of his ambitions. He flung himself heavily into his chair, and his eyes stared through the dirty window at the silent mill beyond. And for an hour he sat thus, thinking. His nervous tension had passed, his mind became clear, and though the nature of his thoughts lashed his heart, and 100 times drove him to the verge of that first passion of despair again, there was an impersonal note in them which allowed the use of his usually clear reasoning, and so helped him to rise above himself once more. His castles had been set a-tumbling, and he saw in their fall the crushing of Malkern, the village which was almost as a child to him. And with the crushing of the village must come disaster to all his friends. For one weak moment he felt that this responsibility should not be his. It was not fair to fix it on him. What had he done to deserve so hard a treatment? He thought of Tom Chepstow, loyal, kindly, always caring and thinking for those who needed his help. He thought of the traders of the village who hoped and prayed for his success, that meant prosperity for themselves and happiness for their wives and children. And these things began to rekindle the fighting flame within him, the flame which hitherto had always burned so fiercely. He could not let them go under. Then with a rush a picture rose before his mind, flooding it, shutting out all those others, every thought of self or anybody else. It was Betty, with her gentle face, her soft brown hair and tender smiling eyes. Their steady, courageous light shone deep down into his heart, and seemed to smite him for his weakness. His pulses began to throb, the weakened tide of his blood was sent coursing through his veins and mounted steadily to his brain. God! He must not go under! Even now the loyal child was up in the hills fighting his battles for him with— He broke off and sprang to his feet. A terrible fear had suddenly leapt at his heart and clutched him. Betty was up there in the hills. He had not heard from the hill camps for weeks. And now the supply of logs had ceased. What had happened? What was happening up there? The lethargy of despair lifted like a cloud. He was alert, thrilling with all the virility of his manhood set pulsing through his veins. Once more he was the man Dawson had failed to recognize when he ordered the mills to be closed down. Once more he was the man whose personal force had lifted him to his position as the master of Malkern's mills. He was the Dave whom all the people of the village knew, ready to fight to the last ounce of his power, to the last drop of his blood. "They shan't beat us," he muttered as he strode out into the yard. Nor could he have said of whom he was speaking, if anybody at all. It was nearly midnight. Again Dawson and Simon Odd were in their employer's office. But this time a very different note prevailed. Dawson's hard face was full of keen interest. His eyes were eager. He was listening to the great man he had always known. Simon Odd, burly and unassuming, was waiting his turn when his chief had finished with his principal foreman. "I've thought this thing out, Dawson," Dave said pleasantly, in a tone calculated to inspire the other with confidence, and in a manner suggesting that the affair of the logs had not seriously alarmed him, "and evolved a fresh plan of action. No doubt, as you say, the thing's simply a jam on the river. If this is so, it will be freed in a short time, and we can go ahead. On the other hand, there may be some other reason for the trouble. I can't think of any explanation myself, but that is neither here nor there. Now I intend going up the river tonight. Maybe I shall go on to the camps. I shall be entirely guided by circumstances. Anyway, I shall likely be away some days. Whatever is wrong, I intend to see it straight. In the meantime you will stand ready to begin work the moment the logs come down. And when they come down, I intend they shall come down at a pace that shall make up for all the time we have lost. That's all I have for you. I simply say, be ready. Good night." The man went out with a grin of satisfaction on his weather-beaten face. This was the Dave he knew, and he was glad. Simon Odd received his orders. He too must be ready. He must have his men ready. His mill must be asked to do more than ever before when the time came, and on his results would depend a comfortable bonus the size of which quite dazzled the simple giant. With his departure Dave began his own preparations. There was much to see to in leaving everything straight for his foreman. Dawson was more than willing. This new responsibility appealed to him as no other confidence his employer could have reposed in him. They spent some time together, and finally Dave returned to his office. During the evening, inquirers from the village flooded the place. But no official information on the subject of the cessation of work was forthcoming, nor would Dave see any of them. They were driven to be content with gleanings of news from the mill hands, and these, with the simple lumberman's understanding of such things, explained that there was a jam on the river which might take a day, or even 2 days, to free. In this way a panic in the village was averted. Dave required provisions from home, but he could not spare the time to return there for them. He intended to set out on his journey at midnight. Besides, he had no wish to alarm his old mother. And somehow he was afraid she would drag the whole truth of his fears out of him. So he sent a note by one of the men setting out his requirements. His answer came promptly. The man returned with the kit bag only, and word that his mother was bringing the food down herself, and he smiled at the futility of his attempt to put her off. 10 minutes later she entered his office with her burden of provisions. Her face was calmly smiling. There was no trace of anxiety in it. So carefully was the latter suppressed that the effort it entailed became apparent to the man. "You shouldn't have bothered, Ma," he protested. "I sent the man up specially to bring those things down." His mother's eyes had a shrewd look in them. "I know," she said. "There's a ham and some bacon, biscuit, and a fresh roast of beef here. Then I've put in a good supply of groceries. Thanks, dear," he said gently. "You always take care of my inner man. But I wish you hadn't bothered this way." "It's no sort of trouble," she said, raising her eyes to his. Then she let them drop again. "Food don't need a lumberman's rough handling." The smile on Dave's face was good to see. He nodded. "I'd better tell you," he said. "You know we've stopped?" His eyes lingered fondly on the aged figure. This woman was very precious to him. "Yes, I know." There was the very slightest flash of anxiety in the old eyes. Then it was gone. "I'm going up the river to find things out." "That's what I understood. Betty is up there, too." The quiet assurance of his mother's remark brought a fresh light into the man's eyes, and the blood surged to his cheeks. "Yes, Ma, that's it, chiefly." "I thought so. And I'm glad. You'll bring her back with you?" "Yes, Ma." "Good-bye, boy." His simple assurance satisfied her. Her faith in him was the faith of a mother. The man bent down and kissed the withered, upturned face. She went out, and Dave turned to the things she had brought him. She had thought of everything. And the food, he smiled. She was his mother, and the food had the amplitude such as is characteristic of a mother when providing for a beloved son. He must visit the barn to see about his horses. He went to the door. Opening it, he paused. Standing there, he became aware of the sound of approaching wheels. The absence of any noise from the mills had made the night intensely silent, so that the rattle of wheels upon the hard sand trail, though distant, sounded acutely on the night air. He stood listening, with one great hand grasping the door casing. Yes, they were wheels. And now, too, he could hear the sharp pattering of horses' hoofs. The sound was uneven, yet regular, and he recognized the gait. They were approaching at a gallop. Nearer they came, and of a sudden he understood they were practically racing for the mill. He left the doorway and moved out into the yard. He thought it might be the team which Dawson had sent out returning, and perhaps bringing good news of the jam on the river. He walked toward the yard gates and stood listening intently. The night was dark, but clear and still, and as he listened he fancied in the rattle of the vehicle he recognized the peculiar creak of a buckboard. Nearer and nearer it came, louder and louder the clatter of hoofs and the rattle of wheels. The gallop seemed labored, like the clumsy gait of weary horses, and the waiting man straining could plainly hear a voice urging them on. Suddenly he thought of the gates and promptly opened them. He hardly knew why he did so. It must have been the effect of the pace at which the horses were being driven. It must have been that the speed inspired him with an idea of emergency. Now he stood out in the road, and stooping, glanced along it till the faint light of the horizon revealed a dark object on the trail. He drew back and slowly returned to the office. The man's voice urging his horses on required no effort to hear now. It was hoarse with shouting, and the slashing of his whip told the waiting man of the pace at which he had traveled. The vehicle entered the yard gates. The urging voice became silent. The weary horses clattered up to the office door and came to a standstill. From the doorway Dave surveyed the outfit. He did not recognize it, but something about the man climbing out of the vehicle was familiar. "That you, Mason?" he asked sharply. "Yes, and another. Will you bear a hand to get him out?" Dave went to his assistance, wondering. Mason was busy undoing some ropes. Dave's wonder increased. As he came up, he saw that the ropes held a man captive in the carryall. "Who is it?" he inquired. "Jim Truscott, whoever he may be," responded Mason with a laugh as he freed the last rope. "Ah, well, come right in, and bring him along, too." But Mason remembered the animals that had served him so well. "What about the plugs?" He was holding his captive, who stood silent at his side. "You go inside. I'll see to them." Dave watched Mason conduct his prisoner into the office, then he sprang into the buckboard and drove it across to the barn. End of chapter 24. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 25 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 25. Mason's Prisoner. In a few minutes Dave returned from the barn. He had chosen to attend to the horses himself, for his own reasons preferring not to rouse the man who looked after his horses. His thoughts were busy while he was thus occupied. As yet he had no idea of what actually occurred in the camps, but Mason's presence at such a time, the identity of his prisoner, the horse's condition of exhaustion, these things warned him of the gravity of the situation and something of the possibilities. By the time he re-entered the office, he was prepared for anything his camp boss might have to tell him. He noted the faces of the two men carefully. In Mason he saw the weariness of a long nervous strain. His broad face was drawn, his eyes were sunken and deeply shadowed. From head to foot he was powdered with the red dust of the trail. Dave was accustomed to being well served, but he felt that this man had been serving him to something very near the limits of his endurance. Jim Truscott's face afforded him the keenest interest. It was healthier looking than he had seen it since his first return to Malkern. The bloated puffiness, the hallmark of his persistent debauches, had almost entirely gone. The health produced by open air and spare feeding showed in the tan of his skin. His eyes were clear, and though he, too, looked worn out, there was less of exhaustion about him than his captor. On the other hand, there was none of Mason's fearless honesty in his expression. There was a truculent defiance in his eyes, a furious scowl in the drawn brows. There was a nervousness in the loose, weak mouth. His wrists were lashed securely together by a rope which had been applied with scant mercy. Dave's eyes took all these things in, and he pointed to the latter as he addressed himself to his overseer. "Better loose that," he said, in that even voice which gave away so little of his real feelings. "Guess you're both pretty near done in," he went on, as Mason unfastened the knots. "Got down here in a hurry?" "Yes. Got any whiskey?" Mason had finished removing the prisoner's bonds when he spoke. "Brandy." "That'll do." The overseer laughed as men will laugh when they are least inclined to. Dave poured out long drinks and handed them to the two men. Mason drank his down at a gulp, but Truscott pushed his aside without a word. "There's a deal to tell," said the overseer as he set his glass down. "There's some hours to daylight," Dave replied. "Go right ahead, and take your own time." The other let his tired eyes rest on his prisoner for some moments, and remained silent. He was considering how best to tell his story. Suddenly he looked up. "The camp's on strike," he said. "Ah!" And it was Dave's eyes that fell upon Jim Truscott now. There was a world of significance in that ejaculation and the expression that leaped into the lumberman's eyes. It was a desperate blow the overseer had dealt him, but it was a blow that did not crush. It carried with it a complete explanation. And that explanation was of something he understood and had power to deal with. "And this?" Dave nodded in Jim's direction. "Is one of the leaders." "Ah!" Again came Dave's meaning ejaculation. Then he settled himself in his chair and prepared to listen. "Get going," he said, but he felt that he required little more explanation. Mason began his story by inquiries about his own letters to his employer, and learned that none of them had been received during the last few weeks, and he gave a similar reply to Dave's inquiries as to the fate of his letters to the camp. Then he went on to the particulars of the strike movement, from the first appearance of unrest to the final moment when it became an accomplished fact. He told him how the chance hands he had been forced to take on had been the disturbing element, and these, he was now convinced, had for some reason been inspired. He told of that visit on the Sunday night to the sutler's store. He told of his narrow escape, and of his shooting down one of the men, and the fortunate capture, made with the timely assistance of Tom Chepstow, of his prisoner. Dave listened attentively, but his eyes were always on Truscott, and at the finish of the long story his commendation was less hearty than one might have expected. "You've made good, Mason, and I'm obliged," he said, after a prolonged silence. "Say," he went on, glancing at his watch, "there's just 4½ hours to the time we start back for the camp. Go over to Dawson's shack and get a shakedown. Get what sleep you can. I'll call you in time. Meanwhile, I'll see to this fellow," he added, indicating the prisoner. "We'll have a heap of time for talk on the way to the camps." The overseer's eyes lit. "Are you going up to the camps?" he inquired eagerly. "Yes, surely. We'll have to straighten this out." Then a sudden thought flashed through his mind. "There's the parson and—" Mason nodded. "Yes, they've got my shack. There's plenty of arms and ammunition. I left Parson to hurry back to—" "He wasn't with her when you left?" There was a sudden fierce light in Dave's eyes. Mason shook his head, and something of the other's apprehension was in his voice as he replied, "He was going back there." Dave's eyes were fiercely riveted upon Truscott's face. "We'll start earlier. Get an hour's sleep." There was no misunderstanding his employer's tone. In fact, for the first time since he had left the camp, Mason realized the full danger of those two he had left behind him. But he knew he had done the only possible thing in the circumstances, and besides, his presence there would have added to their danger. Still, as he left the office to seek the brief rest for which he was longing, he was not without a qualm of conscience which his honest judgment told him he was not entitled to. Dave closed the door carefully behind him. Then he came back to his chair, and for some moments surveyed his prisoner in silence. Truscott stirred uneasily under the cold regard. Then he looked up, and all his bitter hatred for his one-time friend shone in the defiant stare he gave him. "I've tried to understand, but I can't. Dave said at last, as though his words were the result of long speculation. "It is so far beyond me that this is your doing, all your doing. It's nothing to do with those scabs. You and you alone have brought about this strike. First you pay a man to wreck my mills. You even try to kill me. Now you do this. You have thought it all out with devilish cunning. There is nothing that could ruin me so surely as this strike. You mean to wreck me. Nor do you care who goes down in the crash. You have already slain one man in your villainy. For that you stand branded a murderer. God alone knows what death and destruction this strike in the hills may bring about. And all of it is aimed at me. Why? In God's name, why?" Dave's manner was that of cold argument. He displayed none of the passion that really stirred him. He longed to take this man in his two great hands and crush the mean life out of him. But nothing of such feeling was allowed to show itself. He began to fill his pipe. He did not want to smoke, but it gave his hands something to do, and just then his hands demanded something to do. His words elicited no reply. Truscott's eyes were upon the hands fumbling at the bowl of the pipe. He was not really observing them. He was wrapped in his own thoughts, and his eyes simply fixed themselves on the only moving thing in the room. Dave put his pipe in his mouth and refolded his pouch. Presently he went on speaking, and his tone became warmer and his words more rapid. "There was a time when you were a man, a decent, honest, happy man, a youngster with all the world before you. At that time I did all in my power to help you. You remember? You ran that mill. It was a matter of hanging on and waiting till fortune turned your way for success and prosperity to come. Then one day you came to me, you and she. It was decided that you should go away, to seek your fortune elsewhere. We shook hands. Do you remember? You left her in my care. All this seems like yesterday. I promised you then that always, in the name of friendship, you could command me. Your trust I carried out to the letter, and all I promised I was ready to fulfill. Need I remind you of what has happened since? Need I draw a picture of the drunkard, gambler who returned to Malkern, of the insults you have put upon her, everybody? Of her patience and loyalty? Of the manner in which you finally made it impossible for her to marry you? It is not necessary. You know it all, if you are the same man, which I am beginning to doubt. And now, why are you doing all this? I intend to know. I mean to drag it out of you before you leave this room." He had risen from his seat and stood before his captive with one hand outstretched in his direction, grasping his pipe by the bowl. His calmness had gone. A passion of angry protest surged through his veins. He was no longer the cool, clear-headed master of the mills, but a man swept by a fury of resentment at the injustice, the wanton, devilish, mischievous injustice of one whom he had always befriended. Friendship was gone, and in its place there burned the human desire for retaliation. Truscott's introspective stare changed to a wicked laugh. It was forced, and had for its object the intention of goading the other. Dave calmed immediately. He understood that laugh in time, and so it failed in his purpose and died out. In its place the man's face darkened. It was he who fell a victim to his own intention. All his hatred for his one-time friend rose within him suddenly and swept him on its burning tide. "You're standing there preaching. You!" he cried with a ferocity so sudden that it became appalling. "You dare to preach to me of honesty, of friendship, of promises fulfilled? You? God, it makes me boil to hear you. If ever there was a traitor to friendship in this world, it is you. I came back to marry Betty. Why else should I come back? And I find what? She is changed. You have seen to that. For a time she kept up the pretense of our engagement. Then she seized upon the first excuse to break it. Why? For you. Oh, your trust was well fulfilled. You lost no time in my absence. Who was it I found her with on my return? You. Who was present to give her courage and support when she refused to marry me? You. Do you think I haven't seen the way it has all been worked? You have secured her uncle's and aunt's support. You. You have taken her from me. You. And you preach friendship and honesty to me. God, but you're a liar and a thief." For a moment the lumberman's fury leapt, and in another he would have crushed the man's life out of him, but in a flash his whole mood changed. The accusations were so absurd even from his own point of view. Could it be? For a moment he believed that the loss of Betty had unhinged Truscott's mind. But the thought passed, and he grew as calm now as a moment before he had been furious, and an icy sternness chilled him through and through. There was no longer a vestige of pity in him for his accuser. He sat down and lit his pipe, his heavy face set with the iron that had entered his soul. "You have lied to yourself until you have come to believe it," he said sternly. "You have lied because it is your nature to lie, because you have not an honest thought in your mind. I'll not answer your accusations, because they are so hopelessly absurd, but I'll tell you what I intend to do." "You won't answer them because you cannot deny them," Truscott broke in furiously. "They are true, and you know it. You have stolen her from me. You! Oh, God, I hate you!" His voice rose to a strident shout, and Dave raised a warning hand. "Keep quiet," he commanded coldly. "I have listened to you, and now you shall listen to me." The fire in the other's eyes still shone luridly, but he became silent under the coldly compelling manner, while, like a savage beast, he crouched in his chair, ready to break out into passionate protest at the least chance. "I don't know yet how far things have gone in the way you wish them to go up there in the hills, but you have found the way to accomplish your end in ruining me. If the strike continues, I tell you frankly you will have done what you have set out to do. My resources are taxed now to the limit. That will rejoice you." Truscott grinned savagely as he sprang in with his retort. "The strike is thoroughly established, and there are those up there who'll see it through. Yes, yes, my friend, it is my doing, all my doing, and it cannot fail me now. The money I took from you for the mill I laid out well. I laid out more than that, practically all I had in the world. Oh, I spared nothing. I had no intention of failing. I would give even my life to ruin you. Don't be too sure you may not yet have to pay that price," Dave said grimly. "Willingly." Truscott's whole manner carried conviction. Dave read in the sudden clipping of his teeth, the deadly light of his eyes, the clenching of his hands, that he meant it. "I'll ruin you even if I die for it, but I'll see you ruined first," cried Truscott. "You have miscalculated one thing, Truscott," Dave said slowly. You have forgotten that you are in my power, and a captive. However, we'll let that go for the moment. I promise you, you shall never live to see me suffer in the way you hope. You shall not even be aware of it. I care nothing for the ruin you hope for, so far as I am personally concerned, but I do care for other reasons. In dragging me down, you will drag Malkern down too. You will ruin many others. You will even involve Betty in the crash, for she, like the rest of us, is bound up in Malkern. And in this you will hurt me as in your wildest dreams you never expected to do." Then he leaned forward in his seat, and a subtle, deliberate intensity, more deadly for the very frigidity of his tone, was in his whole attitude. His hands were outstretched toward his captive, his fingers were extended and bent at the joints, like talons ready to clutch and rend their prey. "Now, I tell you this," he went on, "as surely as harm comes to Betty up in that camp, through any doings of yours, as surely as ruin through your agency descends upon this valley, as Almighty God is my judge, I will tear the life out of you with my own 2 hands." For a moment Truscott's eyes supported the frigid glare of Dave's. For a moment he had it in his mind to fling defiance at him. Then his eyes shifted and he looked away, and defiance died out of his mind. The stronger nature shook the weaker, and an involuntary shudder of apprehension slowly crept over him. Dave, stirred to the pitch of threatening deliberate slaughter, had been beyond his imagination. Now that he saw it, the sight was not pleasant. Suddenly the lumberman sprang to his feet. "We'll start right away," he said, in his usual voice. "We?" The monosyllabic question sprang from Truscott's lips in a sudden access of fear. "Yes, we. Mason, you, and me." End of chapter 25. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 26 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, A Story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 26 To the Lumber Camp. The gray morning mist rolled slowly up the hillsides from the bosom of the warming valley below. Great billows mounted, swelling in volume till, overweighted, they toppled, surging like the breaking rollers of a wind-swept ocean. Here and there the rosy sunlight brushed the swirling sea with a tenderness of color no painter's brush could ever hope to produce. A precocious sunbeam shot athwart the leaden prospect. It bored its way through the churning fog, searching the depths of some benighted wood-lined hollow, as though to rouse its slumbering world. Dense spruce and hemlock forests grew out of the mists. The spires of gigantic pines rose, piercing the gray as though gasping for the warming radiance above. A perching eagle, newly roused from its slumbers, shrieked its morning song till the rebounding cries, echoing from 1,000 directions, suggested the reveille of the entire feathered world. The mournful whistle of a solitary marmot swelled the song from many new directions. And the raucous chorus had for its accompaniment the thundering chords of hidden waters, seething and boiling in the mighty cañons below. The long-drawn, sibilant hush of night was gone, the leaden mountain dawn had passed. Day, glorious in its waking splendor, had routed the grim shadows from the mystic depths of cañon, from the leaden-hued forest-laden valleys. The sunlight was upon the dazzling mountain tops, groping, searching for the very heart of the Rocky Mountains. Dave's buckboard, no more conspicuous than some wandering ant in the vast mountain world, crawled from the depths of a wide valley and slowly mounted the shoulders of a forest-clad ridge. It vanished into the twilight of giant woods, only to be seen again, some hours later, at a greater altitude, climbing the great slopes, or descending to gaping hollows, but always attaining the higher lands. But his speed was by no means a crawl in reality, only did it appear so by reason of the vastness of the world about him. His horses were traveling as fresh, mettlesome beasts can travel when urged by such a man as Dave, with his nerves strung to a terrific tension by the emergency of his journey. The willing beasts raced down the hills over the uneven trail with all the sure-footed carelessness of the prairie-bred bronco. They took the inclines with scarcely perceptible slackening of their gait, and only the sharp hills served them for breathing space. Dave occupied the driving seat, while Mason sat guard over Jim Truscott in the carryall behind. Those 2 days on the trail had been unusually silent, even for men such as they were, and even taking into consideration the object of their journey. Truscott and Mason were almost dead beat with all that had gone before, and Dave, he was wrapped in his own thoughts. His thoughts carried him far away from his companions into a world where love and strife were curiously blended. Every thread of such thought sent him blundering into mires of trouble, the possibilities of which set his nerves jangling with apprehension. But their contemplation only stiffened his stern resolve to fight the coming battle with a courage and resource such as never yet had he brought to bear in his bid for success. He knew that before him lay the culminating battle of his long and ardent sieging of Fortune's stronghold. He knew that now, at last, he was face to face with the great test of his fitness. He knew that this battle had always been bound to come before the goal of his success was reached, although, perhaps, its method and its cause may have taken 1,000 other forms. It is not in the nature of things that a man may search untested straight to the golden pastures of his ambitions. He must fight every foot of his way, and the final battle must ever be the sternest, the crudest. God help the man if he has not the fitness, for fate and fortune are remorseless foes. But besides his native courage, Dave was stirred to even greater efforts by man's strongest motive, be his cause for good or evil. Love was the mainspring of his inspiration. He had desired success with a passionate longing all his life, and his success was not all selfishness. But now, before all things, he saw the sweetly gentle face of Betty Somers gazing with a heartful appeal, beckoning him, calling him to help her. Every moment of that long journey the vision remained with him. Every moment he felt might be the moment of dire tragedy for her. He dared not trust himself to consider the nature of that tragedy, or he must have turned and rended the man who was its cause. Only he blessed each moment that passed, bringing him nearer to her side. He loved her as he loved nothing and no one else on earth, and somehow there had crept into his mind the thought of a possibility he had never yet dared to consider. It was a vague ray of hope that the impossibility of his love was not so great as he had always believed. How it had stolen in upon him he hardly knew. Perhaps it was his mother's persistent references to Betty. Perhaps it was the result of his talk with the man who had brought her to the straits she was now placed in. Perhaps it was one of these things, or both, coupled with the memory of trifling incidents in the past, which had seemed to mean nothing at the time of their happening. Whatever it was, his love for the girl swept through him now in a way that drove him headlong to her rescue. His own affairs of the mills, the fate of his friends in Malkern, of the village itself, all these things were driven into the background of his thoughts. Betty needed him. The thought set his brain whirling with a wild thrilling happiness, mazed, every alternate moment, with a horrible fear that drove him to the depths of despair. It was high noon when smoke ahead warned him that the journey was nearly over. The buckboard was on the ridge shouldering a wide valley, and below it was the rushing torrent of the Red Sand River. From his position, Dave had a full view of the dull green forest world rolling away, east and west, in vast undulating waves as far as the eye could reach. Only to the south, beyond the valley, was there a break in the dense, verdant carpet. And here it was he beheld the telltale smoke of the lumber camp. "That's the camp," he said, looking straight ahead, watching the slowly rising haze with longing eyes. "Guess we haven't to cross the river. Good." Mason was looking out over his shoulder. "No," he said after a moment's pause, while he tried to read the signs he beheld. "We don't cross the river. Keep to the trail. It takes us right past my shack." "Where Parson Tom and—" "Yes, where they're living." In another quarter of a mile they would be descending the hollow of a small valley diverging from the valley of the Red Sand River. As they drew near the decline, Dave spoke again. "Can you make anything out, Mason?" he asked. "Seems to me that smoke is thick for stovepipes. There's 2 lots, one of 'em nearer this way." Mason stared out for some moments, shielding his eyes from the dazzling sun. "I can't be sure," he said at last. "The nearest smoke should be my shack." A grave anxiety crept into Dave's eyes. "It isn't thick there," he said, as though trying to reassure himself. "That's your stovepipe?" "Maybe." Mason's reply expressed doubt. Suddenly Dave leaned over and his whip fell sharply across the horses' backs. They sprang at their neck yoke and raced down into the final dip. End of chapter 26. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 27 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, A Story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 27. At Bay. In the dugout, Tom Chepstow was standing with his ear pressed against the door jamb. He was listening, straining with every nerve alert to glean the least indication of what was going on outside. His face was pale and drawn, and his eyes shone with anxiety. He was gripped by a fear he had never known before, a fear that might well come to the bravest. Personal, physical danger he understood. It was almost pleasant to him, something that gave life a new interest. But this was different. This was horrible. Betty was standing just behind him. She was leaning forward, craning intently. Her hands were clenched at her sides, and a similar dread was looking out of her soft eyes. Her face was pale with a marble coldness, her rich red lips were compressed to a fine line, her whole body was tense with the fear that lay behind her straining eyes. There was desperation in the poise of her body, the desperation of a brave woman who sees the last hope vanishing, swallowed up in a tide of disaster she is powerless to stem. For nearly a week these two had been penned up in the hut. But for the last 36 hours their stronghold had actually been in a state of siege. From the time of her uncle's realization of the conditions obtaining outside, Betty had not ventured without the building, while the man himself had been forced to use the utmost caution in moving abroad. It had been absolutely necessary for him to make several expeditions, otherwise he too would have remained in their fortress. They required water and firewood, and these things had to be procured. Then, too, there were the sick. But on the third day the climax was reached. Returning from one of his expeditions, Chepstow encountered a drunken gang of lumberjacks. Under the influence of their recent orgy, their spirit-soaked brains had conceived the pretty idea of "oilin' the passions works," in other words, forcing drink upon him, and making him as drunk as themselves. In their present condition the joke appealed to them, and it was not without a violent struggle that their intended victim escaped. He was carrying firewood at the time, and it served him well as a weapon of defense. In a few brief moments he had left one man stunned upon the ground, and another with a horribly broken face, and was himself racing for the dugout. He easily outstripped his drunken pursuers, but he was quickly to learn how high a price he must pay for the temporary victory. He had brought a veritable hornet's nest about his ears. The mischief began. The attack upon himself had only been a drunken practical joke. The subsequent happenings were in deadly earnest. The mob came in a blaze of savage fury. Their first thought was for vengeance upon him. In all probability, up to that time Betty's presence in the hut had been forgotten, but now, as they came to the dugout, they remembered. In their present condition it was but a short step from a desire to revenge themselves upon him to the suggestion of how it could be accomplished through the girl. They remembered her pretty face, her delicious woman's figure, and instantly they became ravening brutes, fired with a mad desire to possess themselves of her. They were no longer strikers, they were not even men. The spirit taken from the burning store had done its work. A howling pack of demons had been turned loose upon the camp, ready for any fiendish prank, ready for slaughter, ready for anything. These untutored creatures knew no better. They were powerless to help themselves. Their passions alone guided them at all times, and now all that was most evil in them was frothing to the surface. Sober, they were as tame as caged wolves kept under by the bludgeon of a stern discipline. Drunk, they were madmen, driven by the untamed passions of the brute creation. They were animals, without the restraining instincts of the animal. They lusted for the exercise of their great muscles, and the vital forces which swept through their veins in a passionate torrent. Their first effort was a demand for the surrender of those in the hut, and they were coldly refused. They attempted a parley, and received no encouragement. Now they were determined upon capture, with loudly shouted threats of dire consequences for the defenders' obstinacy. It was close upon noon of the second day of the siege. The hut was barricaded at every point. Door and windows were blocked up with every available piece of furniture that could be spared, and the repeating rifles were loaded ready, and both uncle and niece were armed with revolvers. They were defending more than life and liberty, and they knew it. They were defending all that is most sacred in a woman's life. It was a ghastly thought, a desperate thought, but a thought that roused in them both a conviction that any defense brain could conceive was justified. If necessary, not even life itself should stand in the way of their defense. The yellow lamplight threw gloomy shadows about the barricaded room. Its depressing light added to the sinister aspect of their extremity. The silence was ominous. It was fraught with a portend of disaster, disaster worse than death. How could they hope to withstand the attack of the men outside? They were waiting for what was to happen. Every conceivable method had been adopted by the besiegers to dislodge their intended victims. They had tried to tear the roof off, but the heavy logs were well dovetailed, and the process would have taken too long and exposed those attempting it to the fire of the rifles in the capable hands of the defenders. Chepstow had illustrated his determination promptly by a half-dozen shots fired at the first moving of one of the logs. Then had come an assault on the door, but, here again, the ready play of the rifle from one of the windows had driven these besiegers hurriedly to cover. Some man, more blinded with drink than the rest of his comrades, had suggested fire. But his suggestion was promptly vetoed. Had it been the parson only, they would probably have had no scruples, but Betty was there, and they wanted Betty. For some time there had been no further assault. "I wish I knew how many there were," Chepstow said in a low voice. "Would that do any good?" The man moved his shoulders in something like a despairing shrug. "Would anything do any good?" "Nothing I can think of," Betty murmured bitterly. "I thought if there were, say, only a dozen, I might open this door. We have the repeating rifles." The man's eyes, as he spoke, glittered with a fierce light. Betty saw it, and somehow it made her shiver. It brought home to her their extremity even more poignantly than all that had gone before. When a brave churchman's thoughts concentrated in such a direction, she felt that their hopes were small indeed. She shook her head. "No, uncle dear, we must wait for that until they force an entrance." She was cool enough in her desperation, cooler far than he. "Yes," he nodded reluctantly, "perhaps you're right. But the suspense is killing. Hark! Listen, they are coming at us again. I wonder what it is to be this time." The harsh voices of the drunken mob could be plainly heard. They were coming nearer. Brutal laughter assailed the straining ears inside, and set their nerves tingling afresh. Then came a hush. It lasted some seconds. Then a single laugh just outside the door broke upon the silence. "Try again," a voice said. "Say, here's some more." "'Struth, you're a heap of goddamn foolishness," another voice broke in angrily. "God strike you," it snarled. "Do it your bastard self." "Right ho." Then there came a shuffling of feet, and, a moment later, a scraping and scratching at the foot of the door. Chepstow glanced down at it, and Betty's eyes were irresistibly drawn in the same direction. "What are they doing now?" It was the voice of the wounded strike leader on his bunk at the far end of the room. He was staring over at the door, his expression one of even greater fear than that of the defenders themselves. He felt that, in spite of the part he had played in bringing the strike about, his position was no better than these others. If anything happened to them, all help for him was gone. Besides, he too understood that these men outside were no longer strikers, but wolves, whiskey-soaked savages beyond the control of any strike leader. He received no reply. The scraping went on. Something was being thrust into the gaping crack, which stood an inch wide beneath the door. Suddenly the noise ceased, followed by a long pause. Then, in the strong draught under the door, a puff of oil smoke belched into the room, and its nauseous reek set Chepstow coughing. His cough brought an answering peal of brutal laughter from beyond the door, and someone shouted to his comrades, "Bully for you, Bo! Draw 'em like badgers! Smoke 'em out like gophers!" The pungent smoke belched into the room, and the man darted from the door. "Quick!" he cried. "Wet rags! A blanket!" Betty sprang to his assistance. The room was rapidly filling with smoke, which stung their eyes and set them choking. A blanket was snatched off the wounded strike leader, but the process of saturating it was slow. They had only one barrel of water, and dared not waste it by plunging the blanket into it, so they were forced to resort to the use of a dipper. At last it was ready, and the man crushed it down at the foot of the door and stamped it tight with his foot. But it had taken too much time to set in place. The room was dense with a fog of smoke that set eyes streaming and throats gasping. In reckless despair, the man sprang at one of the windows and began to tear down the carefully built barricade. But now the cunning of the besiegers was displayed. As the last of the barricade was removed, Chepstow discovered that the cotton covering of the window was smoldering. He tore it out to let in the fresh air, but only to release a pile of smoldering oil rags, which had been placed on the thickness of the wall, and set it tumbling into the room. The window was barricaded on the outside. The smoke became unbearable now, and the two prisoners set to work to trample the smoldering rags out. It was while they were thus occupied that a fresh disaster occurred. There was a terrific clatter at the stove, and a cloud of smoke and soot practically put the place in darkness. Nor did it need the sound of scrambling feet on the roof to tell those below what had happened. The strikers, by removing the topmost joint of the pipe, where it protruded through the roof, had been able, by the aid of a long stick, to dislodge the rest of the pipe and send it crashing to the floor. It was a master stroke of diabolical cunning, for now, added to the smoke and soot, the sulphurous fumes of the blazing stove rendered the conditions of the room beyond further endurance. Half blinded and gasping, Chepstow sprang at the table and seized a rifle. Betty had dropped into a chair, choking. The strike leader lay moaning, trying to shut out the smoke with his one remaining blanket. "Come on, Betty!" shouted the man, in a frenzy of rage. "You've got your revolver. I'm going to open the door, and may God Almighty have mercy on the soul of the man who tries to stop us." End of chapter 27. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 28 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 28. Dave the Man. Dave's buckboard swept up the slope of the last valley. It reached the dead level of the old travoy trail, which passed in front of Mason's dugout on its way to the lumber camp. He was looking ahead for signs, which he feared to discover. He wanted the reason of the smoke he had seen from afar off. But now a perfect screen of towering pine forest lined the way, and all that lay beyond was hidden from his anxious eyes. He flogged his horses faster. The perfect mountain calm was unbroken. Even the speeding horses and the rattle of his buckboard were powerless to disturb that stupendous quiet. It was a mere circumstance in a world too vast to take color from a detail so insignificant. It was that wonderful peace, that thrilling silence that aggravated his fears. His apprehension grew with each passing moment, and though he made no display, his clutch upon the reins, the sharpness with which he plied his whip, the very immobility of his face, all told their tale of feelings strung to a high pitch. Mason was standing directly behind him in the carryall. He steadied himself with a grip upon the back of the driving seat. Beside him the wretched Truscott was sitting on the jolting slats of the body of the vehicle, mercilessly thrown about by the bumping over the broken trail. Mason, too, was staring out ahead. "Seems quiet enough," he murmured, half to himself. Dave caught at his words. "That's how it seems," he said in a tone of doubt. "It's less than half a mile now," Mason went on a moment later. "We're coming to the Big Bend." Dave nodded. His whip fell across the horse's quarters. "Best get ready," he said significantly. Then he laughed mirthlessly and tried to excuse himself. "I don't guess there'll be a heap of trouble, though." "No." Mason's reply carried no conviction. Both men were in doubt. Neither knew what to expect. Neither knew in what way to prepare for the meeting that was now so near. Now the trail began to swing out to the right. It was the beginning of the Big Bend. The walls of forest about them receded slightly, opening out where logs had been felled beside the trail in years past. The middle of the curve was a small clearing. Then, further on, as it inclined against to the left, it narrowed down to the bare breadth of the trail. "Just beyond this—" Mason broke off. His words were cut short by a loud shout just ahead of them. It was a shout of triumph and gleeful enjoyment. Dave's whip fell again, and the horses laid on to their traces. From that moment to the moment when the horses were almost flung upon their haunches by the sudden jolt with which Dave pulled them up was a matter of seconds only. He was out of the buckboard, too, having flung the reins to Mason, and was standing facing a small group of a dozen men whom it was impossible to recognize as lumberjacks. In truth, there were only 3 of them who were. The others were some of those Mason had been forced to engage in his extremity. At the sight of Dave's enormous figure, a cry broke from the crowd. Then they looked at the buckboard with its panting horses, and Mason standing in the carryall, one hand on the reins, and one resting on the revolver on his hip. Their cry died out. But as it did so, another broke from their midst. It was Betty's voice, and her uncle's. There was a scuffle and a rush. Gripping the girl by the arm, Tom Chepstow burst from their midst and ran to Dave's side, dragging Betty with him. "Thank God!" he cried. But there was no answering joy from Dave. He scarcely even seemed to see them. A livid, frozen rage glared out of his eyes. His face was terrible to behold. He moved forward. His gait was cat-like. His head was thrust forward. It was almost as if he tiptoed and was about to spring upon the mob. As he came within a yard of the foremost of the men, he halted, and one great arm shot out with its fist clenching. "Back!" he roared. "Back to your camp, every man of you! Back, you cowardly hounds!" There were 12 of them, fierce, savage, half-drunken men. They cared for no one. They feared no one. They were ready to follow whithersoever their passions led them. There was not a man among them that would not fight with the last breath in his body. Yet they hesitated at the sound of that voice. They almost shrank before that passion-lit face. The man's enormous stature was not without awe for them. And in that moment of hesitation the battle was won for Dave. Chepstow's repeating rifle was at his shoulder, and Mason's revolver had been whipped out of its holster and was held covering them. Suddenly there was a movement in the crowd, somewhere behind. If Dave saw it, he gave no sign. But Mason saw it, and, sharply incisive, his voice rang out, "The first man that moves this way, I'll shoot him like a dog." Instantly every eye among the strikers was turned upon the 2 men with their ready weapons, and to a man they understood that the game was up. "Get out! Get out quick!" Dave's great voice split the air with another deep roar. and the retreat began on the instant with those in the rear. Someone started to run, and in a moment the rest had joined in a rush for the camp, vanishing into the forest like a pack of timber wolves, flinging back fierce, vengeful glances over their shoulders at those who had so easily routed them. No one stirred till the last man had disappeared. Then Dave turned. "Quick!" he cried, in an utterly changed voice. "Get into the buckboard!" But Betty turned to him in a half-hysterical condition. "Oh, Dave, Dave!" she cried helplessly. But Dave was just now a man whom none of them had ever seen before. He had words for no one, not even for Betty. He suddenly caught her in his arms and lifted her bodily into the buckboard. He scrambled in after her, while Chepstow jumped up behind. In a moment, it seemed, they were racing headlong for the camp. The camp was in a ruinous condition. The destructive demon in men temporarily demented was abroad, and his ruthless hand had fallen heavily. The whole atmosphere suggested the red tide of anarchy. The charred remains of the sutler's store was the center of a net of ruin spread out in every direction, and from this radiated the wreckage of at least a dozen shanties, which had, like the store, been burned to the ground. In the circumstances it would be impossible to guess at the reason for such destruction. Maybe it was the result of carelessness, maybe a mischievous delight in sweeping away that which reminded these men of their obligations to their employer. Maybe it was merely a consequence of the settlement of their own drunken feuds. Whatever the cause, the hideous effect of the strike was apparent in every direction. In the center of the clearing was a great gathering of the lumbermen. Their seared faces expressed every variety of mental attitude, from fierce jocularity down to the blackest hatred of interference from those whose authority had become anathema to them. They were gathered at the call of those who had fled from the dugout, spurred to a defense of what they believed to be their rights by a hurried, garbled account of the summary treatment just meted out to them. They were ready for more than the mere assertion of their demands. They were ready to enforce them. They were ready for any mischief which the circumstances prompted. It was a deadly array. Many were sober, many were sobering, many were still drunk. The latter were those whose cunning had prompted them, at the outset of the strike, to secrete a sufficient supply of liquor from their fellows. And the majority of these were not the real lumberjacks, those great simple children of the forest, but the riffraff that had drifted into the camp, or had been sent thither by those who prompted the strike. The real lumberjacks were more or less incapable of such foresight and cunning. They were slow-thinking creatures of vast muscle, only swift and keen as the axes they used when engaged in the work which was theirs. Through the rank animal growth of their bodies, their minds had remained too stunned to display the low cunning of the scallywags, whose unscrupulous wits alone must supply their idle bodies with a livelihood. But, simple as babes, simple and silly as sheep, and as dependent upon their shepherd as these men were, they were at all times dangerous, the more dangerous for their very simplicity. Just now, with their unthinking brains sick with the poison of labor's impossible argument, and the execrable liquor of the camp, they were 100 times more deadly. Men had come in for the orgy from all the outlying camps. They had been carefully shepherded by those whose business it was to make the strike successful. Discontent had been preached into every ear, and the seed had fallen upon fruitful virgin soil. Thus it was that a great concourse had foregathered now. There was an atmosphere of restrained excitement abroad among them. For them the news of Dave's arrival had tremendous possibilities. A babel of harsh voices debated the situation in loud tones, each man forcing home his argument with a mighty power of lung, a never-failing method of supporting doubtful argument. The general attitude was threatening, yet it hardly seemed to be unanimous. There was too much argument. There seemed to be an undercurrent of uncertainty with no single capable voice to check or guide it. As the moments sped, the crowd became more and more threatening, but whether against the master of the mills, or whether the result of hot blood and hot words, it would have been difficult to say. Then, just as the climax seemed to be approaching, a magical change swept over the throng. It was wrought by the sudden appearance of Dave's buckboard, which seemed to leap upon the scene from the depth of the forest. And as it came into view, a hoarse, fierce shout went up. Then, in a moment, an expectant hush fell. Dave's eyes were fixed upon the crowd before him. He gave no sign. His face, like a mask, was cold, hard, unyielding. No words were spoken by those in the buckboard. Every one, with nerves straining and pulses throbbing, was waiting for what was to happen. Every one except the prisoner, Truscott. The master of the mills read the meaning of what he beheld with the sureness of a man bred to the calling of these men. He knew, and knowing, he had little blame for them. How could it be otherwise with these unthinking souls? The blame must lie elsewhere. But his sympathy left his determination unaltered. He knew, no one better, that here the iron heel alone could prevail, and for the time his heel was shod for the purpose. He drew near. Someone shouted a furious epithet at him, and the cry was taken up by the others. The horses shied. He swung back at them with a heavy hand, and forced them to face the crowd, his whip falling viciously at the same time. But, for a moment, his face relaxed its cold expression. His quick ears had detected a lack of unanimity in the execration. Suddenly he pulled the horses up. He passed the reins to Mason and leaped to the ground. It was a stirring moment. The mob advanced, but the movement seemed almost reluctant. It was not the rush of blind fury one might have expected, but rather as though it were due to pressure from behind by those under cover of their comrades in front. Dave moved on to meet them, and those in the buckboard remained deathly still. Mason was the first to move. He had just become aware that Dave had left his revolver on the seat of the vehicle. Instantly he lifted the reins and walked the horses closer to the crowd. "He's unarmed," he said in explanation to the parson. Chepstow nodded. He moved his repeating rifle to a handier position. Betty looked up. "He left that gun purposely," she said. "I saw him." Her face was ghastly pale, but a light shone in her eyes which nobody could have failed to interpret. Mason saw it and no longer hesitated. "Will you take these reins?" he said, "and give me your revolver." The girl understood and obeyed in silence. "I think there will be trouble," Mason went on a moment later, as he saw Dave halt within a few yards of the front rank of the strikers. He watched the men close about his chief in a semicircle, but the buckboard in rear always held open a road for retreat. Now the crowd pressed up from behind. The semicircle became dense. Those in the buckboard saw that many of the men were carrying the tools of their calling, prominent among them being the deadly peavey, than which, in case of trouble, no weapon could be more dangerous at close quarters. As he halted, Dave surveyed the sea of rough, hard faces glowering upon him. He heard the mutterings. He saw the great bared arms and the knotty hands grasping the hafts of their tools. He saw all this and understood, but the sight in no way disturbed him. His great body was erect, his cold eyes unwavering. It was the unconscious pose of a man who feels the power to control within him. "Well?" he inquired with an easy drawl. Instantly there was silence everywhere. It was the critical moment. It was the moment when, before all things, he must convince these lawless creatures of his power, his reserve of commanding force. "Well?" he demanded again. "Where's your leader? Where's the gopher running this layout? I've come right along to talk to you boys to see if we can't straighten this trouble out. Where's your leader, the man who was hired to make you think I wasn't treating you right? Where is he? Speak up, boys. I can't rightly hear all you're saying. I want to parley with your leaders." Mason, listening to the great voice of the lumberman, chuckled inaudibly. He realized something of Dave's method, and the shrewdness of it. The mutterings had begun afresh. Some of the front-rank men drew nearer. Dave did not move. He wanted an answer. He wanted an indication of their actual mood. Somebody laughed in the crowd. It was promptly shouted down. It was the indication the master of the mill sought. They wanted to hear what he had to say. He allowed the ghost of a smile to play round the corners of his stern mouth for a moment. But his attitude remained uncompromising. His back stiffened, his great shoulders squared, he stood out a giant amongst those giants of the forest. "Where's your man?" he cried, in a voice that could be heard by everybody. "Is he backing down? That's not like a lumberjack. Perhaps he's not a lumberjack. Perhaps he's got no clear argument I can't answer. Perhaps he hasn't got the grit to get out in the open and talk straight as man to man. Well, let it go at that. Guess you'd bet set one of you up as spokesman. I've got all the time you need to listen." "Your blasted skunk of a foreman shot him down," cried a voice in the crowd, and it was supported by ominous murmurs from the rest. "By God, and Mason was right," cried Dave, in a voice so fierce that it promptly silenced the murmurs. His dilating eyes rested on several familiar faces. The faces of men who had worked for him for years, men whose hair was graying in the service of the woods. He also flashed his lightning glance upon faces unfamiliar, strangers to his craft. "By God, he was right," he repeated, as though to force the violence of his opinion upon them. "I could have done it myself. And why? Because he has come here and told you you are badly treated. He's told you the tale that the profits of this work of yours belong to you. He's told you I am an oppressor, who lives by the sweat of your labors. He tells you this because he is paid to tell you. Because he is paid by those who wish to ruin my mills and put me out of business, and so rob you of all the living I have made it possible for you to earn. You refuse to work at his bidding. What is the result? My mill is closed down. I am ruined. These forests are my right to cut. There is no more cutting to be done. You starve. Yes, you starve like wolves in winter. You'll say you can get work elsewhere. Go and get it, and you'll starve till you get it at half the wage I pay you. I am telling you what is right. I am talking to you with the knowledge of my own ruin staring me in the face. You have been told you can squeeze me, you can squeeze a fraction more of pay out of me. But you can't, not 1 cent, any man of you. And if you go to work again to keep our ship afloat, you'll have to work harder than ever before, for the same pay. Now, pass up your spokesman, and I'll talk to him. I can't bellow for all the world to hear." It was a daring beginning, so daring that those in the buckboard gasped in amazement. But Dave knew his men, or at least he knew the real lumberjack. Straight, biting talk must serve him, or nothing would. Now followed a buzz of excited talk. There were those among the crowd who from the beginning had had doubts, and to these Dave's words appealed. He had voiced something of what they had hazily thought. Others there were who were furious at his biting words. Others again, and these were not real lumberjacks, who were for turning upon him the savage brutality of their drink-soaked brains. An altercation arose. It was the dispute of factions suddenly inflamed. It was somewhere in rear of the crowd. Those in front turned to learn the cause. Dave watched and listened. He understood. It was the result of his demand for a spokesman. Opinions were divided, and a dozen different men were urged forward. He knew he must check the dispute. Suddenly his voice rang out above the din. "It's no use snarling about it like a lot of coyotes," he roared. "Pass them all through, and I'll listen to 'em all. Now, boys, pass 'em through peaceably." One of the men in front of him supported him. "Aye, aye," he shouted. "That's fair, boys. Bring 'em along. The boss'll talk 'em straight." The man beside him hit him sharply in the ribs, and the broad-shouldered Jack swung around. "There ain't no boss to this layout, Peter," objected the man who had dealt the blow. "Yonder fellow ain't no better'n us." The man scowled threateningly as he spoke. He was an enormous brute with a sallow, ill-tempered face, and black hair. Dave heard the words, and his eyes surveyed him closely. He saw at a glance there was nothing of the lumberman about him. He set him down at once as a French-Canadian bully, probably one of the men instrumental in the strike. However, his attention was now drawn to the commotion caused by 6 of the lumbermen being pushed to the front as spokesmen. They joined the front rank and stood sheepishly waiting for their employer. Custom and habit were strong upon them, and a certain awe of the master of the mills affected them. "Now we'll get going," Dave said, noting with satisfaction that 4 of the 6 were old hands who had worked beside him in his early days. "Well, boys, let's have it. What's your trouble? Give us the whole story." But as spokesmen these fellows were not brilliant. They hesitated, and finally, with something approaching a shamefaced grin, one of them spoke up. It's just wages, boss." "Leave it at wages, Bob," shouted a voice at the back of the crowd. "Yes," snarled the sallow-faced giant nearby. "We're just man to man. There ain't no bosses around." "Ha!" Dave breathed the ejaculation. Then he turned his eyes steely hard upon the last speaker, and his words came in an unmistakable tone. "It seems there are men here who aren't satisfied with their spokesman. Maybe they'll speak out good and plenty instead of interrupting." His challenge seemed to appeal to the original spokesman, for he laughed roughly. "Say, boss," he cried, "he don't cut no ice anyways. He's just a bum road maker. He ain't been in camp more'n 6 weeks. We don't pay no 'tention to him. You see, boss," he went on, emphasizing the last word purposely, "it's just wages. We're workin' a sight longer hours than is right, an' we ain't gettin' nothin' extra 'cept the rise you gave us 3 months back. Well, we're wantin' more. That's how." He finished up his clumsy speech with evident relief, and mopped his forehead with his ham-like hand. "And since when, Bob Nicholson, have you come to this conclusion?" demanded Dave, with evident kindliness. His tone produced instant effect upon the man. He became easier at once, and his manner changed to one of distinct friendliness. "Well, boss, I can't rightly say just when, for sure. Guess it must have been when that orator fellow got around." "Shut up!" roared someone in the crowd, and the demand was followed up by distinct cursing in several directions. The sallow-faced roadmaker seized his opportunity. "It's wages we want, and wages we're going to get," he shouted so that the crowd could hear. "You're sweating us, that's what you're doing, sweating us, to make your pile a sight bigger. We're honest men up here. We ain't skunks what wants what isn't our lawful rights. If you're yearning for extra work, you gotta pay for it. What say, boys?" "Aye, that's it, extra wages," cried a number of voices in the background. But again the chorus was not unanimous. There were those, too, in the front whose scowling faces, turned on the speaker, showed their resentment at this interference by a man they did not recognize as a lumberjack. Dave seized his opportunity. "You're wanting extra wages for overtime," he cried, in a voice that carried like a steam siren. "Well, why didn't you ask for them? Why did you go out on strike first and then ask? Why? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why you chose this damned gopher racket instead of acting like the honest men you boast yourselves to be. I can tell you why you wanted to lock up your camp boss and so prevent your wishes reaching me. I can tell you why you had men on the road between here and Malkern to stop letters going through. I can tell you why you honest men set fire to the store here and stole all the liquor and goods in it. I can tell you why you did these things. Because you've just listened like silly sheep to the skunks who've come along since the fever broke out. Because you've listened to the men who've set out to ruin us both, you and me. Because you've listened to these scallywags, who aren't lumbermen, who've come among you. They're not jacks, and they don't understand the work, but they've been drawing the same wages as you, and they're trying to rob you of your living. They're trying to take your jobs from you and leave you nothing. That's why you've done these things, you boys who've worked with me for years and years, and had all you needed. Are you going to let 'em rob you? They are robbing you, for I swear before God my mills are closed down, and they'll remain closed, and every one of you can get out and look for new work unless you turn to at once." A murmur again arose as he finished speaking, but this time there was a note of alarm in it, a note of anger that was not against their employer. Faces looked puzzled, and ended by frowning into the faces of neighbors. Dave understood the effect he had made. He was waiting for a bigger effect. He was fighting for something that was dearer to him than life, and all his courage and resource were out to the limit. He glanced at the sallow-faced giant. Their eyes met, and in his was a fierce challenge. He drew the fellow as easily as any expert swordsman. The man had been shrewd enough to detect the change in his comrades, and he promptly hurled himself into the fray to try and recover the lost ground. He stepped forward, towering over his fellows. He meant mischief. "See, mates," he shouted, trying to put a jeer in his angry voice. "Look at him. He's come here to call us a pack of skunks and gophers. Him what's making thousands of dollars a day out of us. He's come here to kick us like a lot of lousy curs. His own man shot up our leader, him as was trying to fit things right for us. I tell you it was murder, bloody murder. We're dirt to him. He can kick us, shoot us up. We're dogs, lousy yeller dogs we are. You'll listen to his slobbery talk and you'll go to work, and he'll cut your wages lower so he can make thousands more out of you." Then he suddenly swung round on Dave with a fierce oath. "God blast you, it's wages we want, d'ye hear? Wages. "An' we're goin' to have 'em. You ain't goin' to grind us no longer, mister. You're goin' to sign agreement for a rise of wages of a quarter all around. That's what you're goin' to do." Dave was watching. His opportunity was coming. "I came to talk to honest jacks," he said icily, "not to blacklegs. I'll trouble you to get right back into the crowd and hide your ugly head and keep your foul tongue quiet. The boys have got their spokesman." His voice was sharp, but the man failed to apprehend the danger that lay behind it. He was a bigger man than Dave, and maybe, he thought to cow him. Perhaps he didn't realize that the master of the mills was now fighting for his existence. There was an instant's pause, and Dave took a step toward him. "Get back!" he roared. His furious demand precipitated things, as he intended it should. Like lightning the giant whipped out a gun. "I'll show you!" he cried. There was a sharp report. But before he could pull the trigger a second time, Dave's right fist shot out, and a smashing blow on the chin felled him to the ground like a pole-axed ox. As the man fell, Dave turned again to the strikers, and no one noticed that his left arm was hanging helpless at his side. End of chapter 28. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 29 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 29. The End of the Strike. When the master of the mills faced the men again, he hardly knew what to expect. He could not be sure how they would view his action, or what attitude they would adopt. He had considered well before provoking the sallow-faced giant. He had measured him up carefully. The thing had been premeditated. He knew the influence of physical force upon these men. The question was, had he used it at the right moment? He thought he had. He understood lumbermen. But there were more than lumbermen here, and he knew that it was this element of outsiders with whom he was really contending. The fallen man's pistol was on the ground at his feet. He put a foot upon it, then, glancing swiftly at the faces before him, he became aware of a silence, utter, complete, reigning everywhere. There was astonishment, even something of awe in many of the faces. In others doubt mingled with a scowling displeasure. The thing had happened so suddenly. The firing of the shot had startled them unpleasantly, and they were still looking for the result of it. On this point they had no satisfaction. Only Dave knew. He had reason to. The arm hanging limply at his side, and the throb of pain at his shoulder, left him in no doubt. But he had no intention of imparting his knowledge to anyone else yet. He had not finished the fight which must justify his existence as the owner of the mills. The effect of his encounter was not an unpleasant one on the majority of the men. The use of a fist in the face of a gun was stupendous, even to them. Many of them reveled in the outsider's downfall, and contemplated the grit of their employer with satisfaction. But there were others not so easily swayed. Amongst these were the man's own comrades, men who, like himself, were not real lumbermen, but agitators who had received payment to agitate. Besides these there were those unstable creatures, always to be found in such a community, who had no very definite opinions of their own, but looked for the lead of the majority, ready to side with those who offered the strongest support. All this was very evident in that moment of silence, but the moment passed so quickly that it was impossible to say how far Dave's action had really served him. Suddenly a murmur started. In a few seconds it had risen to a shout. It started with the fallen giant's friends. There was a rush in the crowd, an ominous swaying, as of a struggle going on in its midst. Someone put up a vicious cry that lifted clear above the general din. "Lynch him! Lynch him!" The cry was taken up by the rest of the makeshifts, and some of the doubters. Then came the sudden but inevitable awakening of the slow, fierce brains of the real men of the woods. The awakening brought with it not so much a desire to champion their employer as a resentment that these men they regarded as scallywags should attempt to take initiative in their concerns. It was the rousing of the latent hatred which ever exists in the heart of the legitimate tradesman for the interloper. It caught them in a whirlwind of passion. Their blood rose. All other considerations were forgotten. It mattered nothing the object of that mutiny. All thought of wages, all thought of wrongs between themselves and their employer were banished from their minds. They hated nothing so badly as these men with whom they had worked in apparent harmony. It was at this psychological moment that the final fillip was given. It came from a direction that none of the crowd realized. It came from one who knew the woodsman down to his very core, who had watched every passing mood of the crowd during the whole scene with the intentness of one who only waits his opportunity. It was Bob Mason in the buckboard. "Down with the blacklegs! Down with the dirty scabs!" he shouted. In a moment the battle was raging. There was a wild rush of men, and their steel implements were raised aloft. "Down with the scabs!" The cry echoed and re-echoed in every direction, taken up by every true lumberman. A tumult of shouting and cursing roared everywhere. The crowd broke. It spread out. Groups of struggling combatants were dotted about till the sight suggested nothing so much as a massacre. It was a fight of brutal savagery that would stop short only at actual slaughter. It was the safety valve for the accumulated spleen of a week's hard drinking. It was the only way to steady the shaken, drink-soaked nerves and restore the dull brains to the dead level of a desire to return to work and order. Fortunately, it was a short-lived battle, too. The lumberjacks were the masters from the outset. They were better men, they were harder, they had more sheer grit. Then, too, they were in the majority. The scabs began to seek refuge in flight, but not before they had received a chastisement that would remain a sore memory for many days to come. Those who went down in the fight got the iron-shod boots of their adversaries in their ribs, till, in desperation, they scrambled to their feet and took their punishment like men. But the victory was too easy for the lumberjacks' rage to last. Like the wayward, big-hearted children of nature they were, their fury passed as quickly as it had stirred. The terror-stricken flight of those upon whom their rage had turned inspired in them a sort of fiendish amusement, and in this was perhaps the saving of a terrible tragedy. As it was, a few broken limbs, a liberal tally of wounds and bruises, were the harvest of that battle. That, and the final clearing out of the element of discontent. It was victory for the master of the mills. In less than 10 minutes the victors were straggling back from their pursuit of a routed foe. Dave had not moved. He was still standing beside the fallen giant, who was now recovering consciousness from the knockout blow he had received. They came up in small bands, laughing and recounting episodes of the fight. They were in the saving mood for their employer. All thoughts of a further strike had passed out of their simple heads. They came back to Dave, like sheep who, after a wild stampede, have suddenly refound their shepherd, and to him they looked for guidance. And Dave was there for the purpose. He called their attention and addressed them. "Now, boys," he said cheerfully, "you've got nicely rid of that scum, and I'm going to talk to you. We understand each other. We've worked too long together for it to be otherwise. But we don't understand those others who're not lumbermen. Say, maybe you can't all hear me. My voice isn't getting stronger, so I'll just call up that buckboard and stand on it, and talk from there." Amidst a murmur of approval, the buckboard was drawn up, and not without tremendous pain, Dave scrambled up into the driving seat. Then it was seen by both lumbermen and those in the buckboard that he had left a considerable pool of blood where he had been standing. Betty, with horror in her eyes, turned to him. "What is it?" she began. But he checked her with a look, and turned at once to the men. "I'm first going to tell you about this strike, boys," he said. "After that we'll get to business, and I guess it won't be my fault if we don't figure things out right. Here, do you see this fellow sitting here? Maybe some of you'll recognize him?" He pointed at Jim Truscott sitting in the carryall. His expression was surly, defiant, but somehow he avoided the faces in front of him. "I'm going to tell you about him. This is the man who organized the strike. He found the money and the men to do the dirty work. He did it because he hates me and wants to ruin me. He came to you with plausible tales of oppression and so forth. He cared nothing for you, but he hated me. I tell you frankly he did this thing because he knew I was pushed to the last point to make good my contract with the government. Because he knew that to delay the output of logs from this camp meant that I should go to smash. In doing this he meant to carry you down with me. That's how much he cares for your interests." A growl of anger punctuated his speech, but he silenced them with a gesture and proceeded. His voice was getting weaker, and a deadly pallor was stealing over his face. Chepstow, watching him, was filled with anxiety. Betty's brown eyes clung to his face with an expression of love, horror, and pity in them that spoke far louder than any words. Mason was simply calculating in his mind how long Dave could keep up his present attitude. "Do you get my meaning, boys?" he went on. "It's this. If we don't get this work through before winter, I'm broke to my last dollar. And you'll be out of a billet, every mother's son of you, with the winter staring you in the face." He paused and took a deep breath. Betty even thought she saw him sway. The men kept an intense silence. "Well," he went on a moment later, pulling himself together with an evident effort, "I'm just here to talk straight business, and that's what you're going to listen to. First, I'll tell you this fellow's going to get his right medicine through me in the proper manner. Then, second and last, I want to give you a plain understanding of things between ourselves. There's going to be no rise in wages. I just can't do it. That's all. But I'm going to give each man in my camp a big bonus, a nice fat wad of money with which to paint any particular town he favors red, when the work's done. That's to be extra, above his wages. And the whole lot of you shall work for me next season on a guarantee. But from now to the late fall you're going to work, boys. You're going to work as if the devil himself was driving you. We've got time to make up, and shortage besides, and you've got to make it up. I don't want any slackers. Men who have any doubts can get right out. You've got to work as you've never worked in your lives before. Now, boys, give us your word. Is it work, or—" Dave got no further. A shout, hearty, enthusiastic, went up from the crowd. It meant work, and he was satisfied. The next few minutes were passed in a scene of the wildest excitement. The men closed round the buckboard and struggled with each other to grip the big man's hand. And Dave, faint and weary as he was, knew them too well to reject their friendly overtures. Besides, they were, as he said, like himself, men of the woods, and he was full of a great sympathy and friendliness for them. At last, however, he turned to Chepstow. "Drive them back to the dugout, Tom," he said. "Things are getting misty. I think—I'm done." End of chapter 29. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 30 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, A Story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 30. In the Dugout. 3 arduous and anxious days followed the ending of the strike, and each of the occupants of Mason's dugout felt the strain of them in his or her own particular way. Next to the strike itself, Dave's wound was the most serious consideration. He was the leader, the rudder of his ship. His was the controlling brain, and he was a most exasperating patient. His wound was bad enough, though not dangerous. It would be weeks before the use of his left arm was restored to him, but he had a way of forgetting this, of forgetting that he had lost a great quantity of blood until weakness prostrated him and roused him to a peevish perversity. Betty was his self-appointed nurse. Tom Chepstow might examine his wound and consider his condition, but it was Betty who dressed his wound, Betty who prepared his food and ministered to his lightest needs. From the moment of his return to the dugout she took charge of him. She consulted no one, she asked for no help. For the time, at least, he was her possession, he was hers to lavish all the fullness of her great love upon, a love that had something almost material in its wonderful protective instinct. Mason was busy with the work of reorganization. His was the practical hand and head while Dave was on his sick bed. From daylight to long after dark he took no rest. Dave's counsel guided him to an extent, but much had to be done without any consultation with the master of the mills. Provisioning the camp was a problem not easily solved. It was simple enough to order up food from Malkern, but there would be at least a week's delay before its arrival. Finally he surmounted this difficulty through the return of Lieberstein, who had fled to the woods with his cash-box and a supply of provisions at the first sign of trouble. Now he had returned to save what he could from the wreck. The Jew needed assistance to recover his looted property, what remained of it. The overseer gave him that assistance, and at the same time arranged that all provisions so recovered should be redistributed at a price, as rations to the men. Thus the delay in the arrival of supplies from Malkern was tided over. But though he availed himself of this means by getting over his difficulty, he was fully determined to rid the camp, at the earliest opportunity, of so treacherous a rascal as Lieberstein. In 2 days the work of restoration was in full swing. The burned store and shanties were run up with all a lumberman's rapidity and disregard for finish. Time was the thing that mattered, and so wonderfully did Mason drive and cajole his men that on the third day the gangs once more marched out into the woods. Once again the forests echoed with the hiss of saw, the ringing clang of smiting axe, the crash of falling trees, the harsh voices of the woodsmen, and the 101 sounds of bustling activity which belong to a lumber camp in full work. That day was a pleasant one for the occupants of the dugout. It was a wonderful work Mason had done. They all knew and appreciated his devotion to his wounded employer, and though none spoke of it, whenever he appeared in their midst, their appreciation of him showed in their manner. Betty was very gentle and kindly. She saw that he wanted for nothing in the way of the comforts which the dugout could provide. Tom Chepstow was far too busy with his sick to give attention to anything else. His hands were very full, and his was a task that showed so little result. Dave, for the most part, saw everything that was going on about him, and had a full estimate of all that was being done in his interests by the devoted little band, and, absurdly enough, the effect upon him was to stir him to greater irritability. It was evening, and the slanting sunlight shone in through one of the windows. It was a narrow beam of light, but its effects was sufficiently cheering. No dugout is a haven of brightness, and just now this one needed all that could help to lift the shadow of sickness and disaster that pervaded it. Betty was preparing supper, and Dave, lying on his stretcher, his vast bulk only half concealed by the blanket thrown over him, was watching the girl with eyes that fed hungrily upon the swift, graceful movements of her pretty figure, the play of expression upon her sweet, sun-tanned face, the intentness, the whole-hearted concentration in her steady, serious eyes as she went about her work. Now and again she glanced over at his rough bed, but he seemed to be asleep every time she turned in his direction. The result was an additional care in her work. She made no noise lest she should waken him. Presently she stooped and pushed a log into the firebox of the cook-stove. The cinders fell with a clatter, and she glanced round apprehensively. Her movement was so sudden that Dave's wide-open eyes had no time to shut. In a moment she was all contrition at her clumsiness. "I'm so sorry, Dave," she exclaimed. "I did so hope you'd sleep on till supper. It's half an hour yet." "I haven't been sleeping at all." "Why, He smiled and shook his head, and his smile delighted the girl. It was the first she had seen in him since his arrival in the camp. His impatience at being kept to his bed was perhaps dying out. She had always heard that the most active and impatient always became reconciled to bed in the end. "Yes, I did it on purpose," Dave said, still smiling. "You see, I wanted to think. You'd have talked if I hadn't. Oh, Dave!" Betty's reproach had something very like resentment in it. She turned abruptly to the boiler of stew and tasted its contents, while the man chuckled softly. But she turned round on him again almost immediately. "Why are you laughing?" she demanded quickly. But he did not seem inclined to enlighten her. "Half an hour to supper?" he said musingly. "Tom'll be in directly, and Mason." Betty was still looking at him with her cooking spoon poised as it had been when she tasted the stew. "Yes," she said, "they'll be in directly. I've only just got to make the tea." She dropped the spoon upon the table and replaced the lid of the boiler. Then she came over to his bedside. "What did you mean saying I should have talked?" she asked. only now there was a smiling response to the smile still lurking in the gray depths of the man's eyes. Dave drew a long sigh of resignation. "Well, you see, Betty, if I'd laid here with my eyes open, staring about the room, at you, at the roof, at the window for a whole heap of time, you'd have said to yourself, 'Dave's suffering, sure. He can't sleep. He's miserable, unhappy.' You'd have said all those things, and with all your kind little heart, you'd have set to work to cheer me up, same as you'd no doubt have done for that strike leader fellow you shipped over to the sick camp to make room for me. Well, I just didn't want that kind of cheering. I was thinking mighty hard, figuring how best to make a broken-winged owl fly without waiting for the wing to mend. You see, thinking's mostly all I can do just now, and I need to do such a mighty heap to keep me from getting mad and breaking things. You see, every hour, as I lie here, I kind of seem to be storing up steam, like a locomotive, and sometimes I feel as if I was going to bust. Being sick makes me hate things." His smiling protest was yet perfectly serious. The girl understood. A moment later he went on. "Half an hour to supper?" he said, as though suddenly reaching a decision that had cost him much thought. "Well, just sit right down on this stretcher, and I'm going to talk you tired. I'm sick, so you can't refuse." The man's eyes still smiled, but the seriousness of his manner had increased. Nor was Betty slow to observe it. She gladly seated herself on the edge of the stretcher, and without the least embarrassment, without the least self-consciousness, her soft eyes rested on the rugged face of her patient. She was glad that he wanted to talk, and to her, and she promptly took him up in his own tone. "Well, I've got to listen, I suppose," she said with a bright smile. "As you say, you're sick. You might have added that I am your nurse." "Yes, I suppose you are. It seems funny, me needing a nurse. I suppose I do need one?" Betty nodded. Her eyes were bright with an emotion that the man's words had all unconsciously stirred. This man, so strong for himself, so strong to help others, this man on whom all who came into contact with him leaned as upon some staunch, unfailing support, this man so invincible, so masterful, so eager in the battle where the odds were against him, needed a nurse. A great pity, a great sympathy went out to him. Then a feeling of joy and gratitude at the thought that she was his nurse succeeded it. She alone had the right to wait upon him. But her face expressed none of these feelings when she replied. She nodded gravely. "Yes, you need a nurse, you poor old Dave. Just for once, you're going to give others a chance of being to you what you have always been to them. It breaks my heart to see you on a sick bed. But, Dave, you can never know the joy, the happiness it gives me to be your nurse. All my life it has been the other way. All my life you have been my wise counselor, my ever-ready loyal friend. Now, in ever so small a degree, you have to lean on me. Don't be perverse, Dave. Let me help you all I can. Don't begrudge me so small a happiness. But you said you were going to talk me tired, and I'm doing it all." She laughed lightly, but it was a laugh to hide her real feelings. The man's uninjured arm reached out, and his great hand rested heavily on one of hers. The pressure of his fingers, intended to be gentle, was crushing. His action meant so much. No words could have thanked her more truly than that hand pressure. Betty's face grew warm with delight, and she turned her eyes toward the stove, as though to see that all was well with her cooking. "They're cutting today?" Dave's eyes were turned upon the window. The sunlight was dying out now, and the gray dusk was stealing upon the room. Betty understood the longing in the man's heart. "Yes, they're cutting." He stirred uneasily. "My shoulder is mending fast," he said a moment later, and the girl saw his drift. She shook her head. "It's mending, but it won't be well for weeks," she said. "It's got to be," he said with tense emphasis, after a long pause. His voice was low, but thrilling with the purpose of a mind that would not bend to the weakness of his body. "You must be patient, Dave, dear," the girl said, with the persuasiveness of a mother for her child. For a moment the man's brows drew together in a frown, and his lips compressed. Betty, I can't be patient," he suddenly burst out. "I know I'm all wrong, but I can't be patient. You know what all this means. I'm not going to attempt to tell you. You understand it all. I cannot lie here a day longer. Even now I seem to hear the saws and axes at work. I seem to see the men moving through the forests. I seem to hear Mason's orders in the dead calm of the woods. With the first logs that are travoyed to the river, I must leave here and get back to Malkern. There is work to be done, and from now on it will be man's work. It will be more than a fight against time. It will be a battle against almost incalculable odds, a battle in which all is against us. Betty, you are my nurse, and as you hope to see me through with this broken shoulder, so you must not attempt to alter my decision. I know you. You want to see me fit and well. Before all things you desire that. You will understand me when I say that, before all things, I must see the work through. My bodily comfort must not be considered, and as my friend, as my nurse, you must not hinder me. I must leave here tonight." The man had lifted himself to a half-sitting posture in his excitement, and the girl watched him with anxious eyes. Now she reached out, and one hand gently pressed him back to his pillow. As he had said, she understood, and when she spoke, her words were the words he wished to hear. They soothed him at once. "Yes, Dave, if you must return, it shall be as you say." He caught her hand and held it, crushing its small round flesh in the hollow of his great palm. It was his gratitude for her understanding and sympathy. His eyes met hers. And in that moment something else stirred in him. The pressure tightened upon her unresisting hand. The blood mounted to her head. It seemed to intoxicate her. It was a moment of such ecstasy as she had dreamed of in a vague sort of way. A moment when the pure woman spirit in her was exalted to such a throne of spiritual light as is beyond the dream of human imagination. In the man, too, was a change. There was something looking out of his eyes which seemed to have banished his last thought of that lifelong desire for the success of his labors, something which left him no room for anything else, something which had for its inception all the human passionate desire of his tremendous soul. His gray eyes glowed with a living fire. They deepened. A flush of hot blood surged over his rugged features, lighting them out of their plainness. His temples throbbed visibly, and the vast sinews shivered with the fire that swept through his body. In a daze Betty understood the change. Her heart leaped out to him, yielding all her love, all that was hers to give. It cried aloud her joy in the passion of those moments, but her lips were silent. She had gazed into heaven for one brief instant, then her eyes dropped before a vision she dared no longer to look upon. "Betty!" The man had lifted to his elbow again. A torrent of passionate words rushed to his lips, but they remained unspoken. His heavy tongue was incapable of giving them expression. He halted. That one feverish exclamation was all that came, for his tongue clave in his mouth. But in that one word was the avowal of such a love as rarely falls to the lot of woman. It was the man's whole being that spoke. Betty's hand twisted from his grasp. She sprang to her feet and turned to the door. "It's Bob Mason," she said, in a voice that was almost an awed whisper, as she rushed to the cook stove. The camp boss strode heavily into the room. There was a light in his eyes that usually would have gladdened the master of the mills. Now, however, Dave's thoughts were far from the matters of the camp. "We've travoyed 100 to the river bank," the lumberman exclaimed in a tone of triumph. "The work's begun." It was Betty who answered him. Hers was the ready sympathy, the heart to understand for others equally with herself. She turned with a smile of welcome, of pride in his pride. "Bob, you're a gem," she cried, holding out a hand of kindliness to him. And Dave's tardy words followed immediately with characteristic sincerity. "Thanks, Bob," he said in his deep tones. "It's all right, boss. They're working by flare tonight, and they're going on till 10 o'clock." Dave nodded. His thoughts had once more turned into the smooth channel of his affairs. Betty was serving out supper. A few moments later, weary and depressed, the parson came in for his supper. His report was much the same as usual. Progress, all his patients were progressing, but it was slow work, for the recent battle had added to the number of his patients. There was very little talk until supper was over. Then it began as Mason was preparing to depart again to his work. Dave spoke of his decision without any preamble. "Say, folks, I'm going back to Malkern tonight," he said, with a smiling glance of humor at his friends in anticipation of the storm of protest he knew his announcement would bring upon himself. Mason was on his feet in an instant. "You can't do it, boss," he exclaimed. "You—" "No you don't, Dave, old friend," broke in Chepstow with a shake of his head. "You'll stay right here till I say go." Dave's smile broadened, and his eyes sought Betty's. "Well, Betty?" he demanded. But Betty understood. "I have nothing to say," she replied quietly. Dave promptly turned again to the parson. His smile had gone again. "I've got to go, Tom," he said. "My work's done here, but it hasn't begun yet in Malkern. Do you get my meaning? Until the cutting began up here I was not needed down there. Now it is different. There is no one in Malkern to head things. Dawson and Odd are good men, but they are only my foremen. It is imperative that I go, and tonight." "But look here, boss, it can't be done," cried Mason, with a sort of hopeless earnestness. "You aren't fit to move yet. The journey down, you'd never stand it. Besides—" "Yes, besides, who's going to take you down? How are you going?" Chepstow broke in sharply. He meant to clinch the matter once for all. Dave's manner returned to the peevishness of his invalid state. "There's the buckboard," he said sharply. "Can you drive it?" demanded the parson with equal sharpness. "I can't take you down. I can't leave the sick. Mason is needed here. Well?" "Don't worry, I'm driving myself," Dave said soberly. Chepstow sprang to his feet and waved his pipe in the air in his angry impatience. "You're mad! You drive? Hang it, man, you couldn't drive a team of fleas. Get up! Get up from that stretcher now and see how much driving you could do. See here, Dave, I absolutely forbid you to attempt any such thing." Dave raised himself upon his elbow. His steady eyes had something of an angry smile in them. "See here, Tom," he said, imitating the other's manner. "You can talk till you're black in the face. I'm going down tonight. Mason's going to hook the buckboard up for me and fetch Truscott along. I'll have to take him down, too. It's no use in your kicking, Tom," he went on, as the parson opened his lips for further protest. "I'm going." He turned again to Mason. "I'll need the buckboard and team in an hour. Guess you'll see to it, boy. And say, just set the food for the two of us in it, and half a sack of oats for the horses." "One moment, Bob," interrupted Betty. She had been merely an interested listener to the discussion, sitting at the far end of the supper table. Now she came over to Dave's bedside. "You'd best put in food for 3." Then she looked down at Dave, smiling reassurance. From him she turned to her uncle with a laughing glance. "Trust you men to argue and wrangle over things that can be settled without the least difficulty. Dave here must get down to Malkern. I understand the importance of his presence there. Very well, he must go. Therefore it's only a question of how he can get there with the least possible danger to himself. It's plain Bob can't go down. He must see the work through here. You, uncle, must also stay. It is your duty to the sick. We cannot send any of the men. They are all needed. Well, I'm going to drive him down. We'll make him comfortable in the carryall, and Truscott can share the driving seat with me, carefully secured to prevent him getting away. There you are. I will be responsible for Dave's welfare. You need not be anxious." She turned with such a look of confident affection upon the sick man that, for the moment, no one had a word of protest to offer. It was Dave who spoke first. He took her hand in his and nodded his great head at her. "Thanks, little Betty," he said. "I shall be perfectly safe in your charge." And his words were ample reward to the woman who loved him. It was his acknowledgment of his dependence upon her. After that there was discussion, argument, protest for nearly half an hour. But Dave and Betty held to their decision, and, at last, Tom Chepstow gave way to them. Then it was that Mason went off to make preparations. The parson went to assist him, and Betty and Dave were once more alone. Betty let her uncle go, and then lit the lamp. For some moments no word was spoken between the sick man and his nurse. The girl cleared the supper things and put a kettle on the stove. Then, while watching for it to boil, she was about to pack up her few belongings for the journey. But she changed her mind. Instead, she came back to the table and faced the stretcher on which the sick man was lying. "Dave," she said in a low voice, "will you promise me something?" Dave turned his face toward her. "Anything," he said in all seriousness. The girl waited. She was gauging the meaning of his reply. In anybody else that answer could not have been taken seriously. In him it might be different. "It's a big thing," she said doubtfully. "It don't matter, little girl. I just mean it." She came slowly over to his side. "Do you remember I once got you to teach me the business of the mill? I wanted to learn then so I could help someone. I want to help someone now. But it's a different someone this time. Do you understand? I haven't forgotten a single thing I learned from you. Will you let me help you? You cannot do all now. Not until your arm is better." She dropped upon her knees at his bedside. "Dave, don't refuse me. You shall just give your orders to me. I will see they are carried out. We, you and I together, will run your mills to the success that I know is going to be yours. Don't say no, Dave, dear." The man had turned to her. He was looking into the depths of the fearless brown eyes before him. He had no intention of refusing her, but he was looking deep down into the beautiful woman's heart that was beating within her bosom. "I'll not refuse you, Betty. I only thank God Almighty for such a little friend." End of chapter 30. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 31 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 31. At Midnight. The silence of the night was unbroken. The valley of the Red Sand River was wrapped in a peace such as it had never known since Dave had first brought into it the restless activity of his American spirit. But it was a depressing peace to the dwellers in the valley, for it portended disaster. No word had reached them of the prospects at the mill, only a vague rumor had spread of the doings at the lumber camp. Dave knew the value of silence in such matters, and he had taken care to enforce silence on all who were in a position to enlighten the minds which thirsted for such information. The people of Malkern were waiting for something definite on the part of the master of the mills. On him depended their future movements. The mill was silent, even though the work of repairing had been completed. But as yet they had not lost faith in the man who had piloted them through all the shoals of early struggles to the haven of comparative prosperity. However, the calm, the unwonted silence of the valley depressed and worried them. They longed for the drone, however monotonous, of the mill. They loved it, for it meant that the wheels of life were well oiled, and that they were driving pleasantly along their set track to the terminal of success. Yet while the village slept all was intense activity at the mills. The men had been gathered together again, late that night, and the army of workers was once more complete. The sawyers were at their saws, oiling and fitting, and generally making ready for work. The engineers were at their engines, the firemen at their furnaces. The lumberjacks were at the chutes and in the yards. The boom was manned by men who sat around smoking, peavey in hand, ready to handle the mightiest 90-footers that the mountain forests could send them. The checkers were at their posts, and the tally boys were shooting craps at the foot of the chutes. The mill, like a resting giant lying prone upon his back, was bursting with the latent strength and activity that only needed the controlling will to set in motion, to drive it to an effort such as Malkern had never seen before, such as, perhaps, Malkern would never see again. And inside Dave's office that will lay watching and waiting. It was a curious scene inside the office. The place had been largely converted since the master of the mills had returned. It was half sick room, half office, and the feminine touch about the place was quite incongruous in the office of such a man as Dave. But then just now Dave's control was only of the mill outside. In this room he yielded to another authority. He was in the hands of womenfolk, that is, his body was. He had no word to say in the arrangement of the room, and he was only permitted to think his control outside. It was 11 o'clock, and his mother was preparing to take her departure. Since his return from the camp, she was her son's almost constant attendant. Betty's chief concern was for the mill outside, and the careful execution of the man's orders to his foreman. She took a share of the nursing, but only in moments of leisure, and these were very few. Now she had just returned from a final inspection and consultation with Dawson, and the glow of satisfaction on her face was good to see. "Now, Mother dear," she said after having made her report to Dave, "you've got to be off home and to bed. You've had a long, hard day, and I'm going to relieve you. Dave is all right, and," she added with a smile, "maybe he'll be better still before morning. We expect the logs down by daylight, and then I guess their arrival in the boom will do more to mend his poor broken shoulder than all our quacks and nostrums. So be off with you. I shall be here all night. I don't intend to rest till the first log enters the boom." The old woman rose wearily from her rocking chair at her boy's bedside. Her worn face was tired. At her age the strain of nursing was very heavy. But whatever weakness there was in her body, her spirit was as strong as the younger woman's. Her boy was sick, and nothing else could compare with a disaster of that nature. But now she was ready to go, for so it had been arranged between them earlier. She crossed to Betty's side, and placing her hands upon the girl's shoulders, kissed her tenderly on both cheeks. "God bless and keep you, dearie," she said with deep emotion. "I'd like to tell you all I feel, but I can't. You're our guardian angel, Dave's and mine. Good night." "Good night, Mother dear," said the girl, her eyes brightening with a suspicion of tears. Then, with an assumption of lightness which helped to disguise her real feelings, "Now don't you stay awake. Go right off to sleep, and in the morning you shall hear the mills." The old woman nodded and smiled. Next to her boy, she loved this motherless girl best in the world. She gathered up her few belongings and went to the bedside. Bending over the sick man, she kissed his rugged face tenderly. For a moment one great arm held her in its tremendous embrace, then she toddled out of the room. Betty took her rocking chair. She sat back and rocked herself in silence for some moments. Her eyes wandered over the curious little room, noting the details of it as though hugging to herself the memory of the smallest trifle that concerned this wonderful time that was hers. There was Dave's desk before the window. It was hers now. There were the vast tomes that recorded his output of lumber. She had spent hours over them calculating figures for the man beside her. There were the flowers his mother had brought, and which she had found time to arrange so that he could see and enjoy them. There were the bandages it was her duty to adjust. There were the remains of the food of which they had both partaken. It was all real, yet so strange to her who had spent her life surrounded by all those duties so essentially feminine, so closely allied to her uncle's spiritual calling. She felt that she had moved out into a new world, a world in which there was room for her to expand, in which she could bring into play all those faculties which she had always known herself to possess, but which had so long lain dormant that she had almost come to regard her belief in their existence as a mere dream, a mere vanity. It was a wonderful thing, this, that had happened to her, and the happiness of it was so overwhelming that it almost made her afraid. Yet the fact remained. She was working for him. She was working with her muscles and brain extended. She sighed, and placing her hands behind her head, stretched luxuriously. It was good to feel the muscles straining. It was good to contemplate the progress of things in his interests. It was good to love, and to feel that that love was something more practical than the mere sentimentality of awakened passion. Her wandering attention was recalled by a movement of her patient. She glanced round at him, and his face was turned toward her. Her smiling eyes responded to his steady, contemplative gaze. "Well?" he said, in a grave, subdued voice. "It ought to be getting near now?" The girl nodded. "I don't see how we can tell exactly, but, unless anything goes wrong, the first log should get through before daylight. It's good to think of, Dave." Her eyes sparkled with delight at the prospect. The man eyed her for a few silent moments, and his eyes deepened to a passionate warmth. "You're a great little woman, Betty," he said at last. "When I think of all you have done for me, well, I just feel that my life can never be long enough to repay you in. Throughout this business you have been my second self, with all the freshness and enthusiasm of a mind and heart thrilling with youthful strength. I can never forget the journey down from the camp. When I think of the awful physical strain you must have gone through, driving day and night, with a prisoner beside you, and a useless hulk of a man lying behind, I marvel. When I think that you had to do everything, feed us, camp for us, see to the horses for us, it all seems like some fantastic dream. How did you do it? How did I come to let you? It makes me smile to think that I, in my manly superiority, simply lolled about with a revolver handy to enforce our prisoner's obedience to your orders. Ah, little Betty, I can only thank Almighty God that I have been blessed with such a little friend." The girl laid the tips of her fingers over his mouth. "You mustn't say these things," she said in a thrilling voice. "We, you and I, are just here together to work out your plans. God has been very, very good to me that he has given me the power, in however small a degree, to help you. Now let us put these things from our minds for a time and be practical. Talking of our prisoner, what are you going to do with poor Jim?" It was some moments before David answered her. It was not that he had no answer to her question, but her words had sent his mind wandering off among long past days. He was thinking of the young lad he had so ardently tried to befriend. He was thinking of the poor Jim of then and now. He was recalling that day when those two had come to him with their secret, with their youthful hope of the future, and of all that day had meant to him. They had planned, he had planned, and now it was all so different. His inclination was to show this man leniency, but his inclination had no power to alter his resolve. When he spoke there was no resentment in his tone against the man who had so cruelly tried to ruin him, only a quiet decision. "I want you to tell Simon Odd to bring him here," he said. Then he smiled. "I intend him to spend the night with me, that is, until the first log comes down the river." "What are you going to do?" The man's smile increased in tenderness. "Don't worry your little head about that, Betty," he said. There are things which must be said between us. Things which only men can say to men. I promise you he will be free to go when the mill starts work, but not until then." His eyes grew stern. "I owe you so much, Betty," he went on, "that I must be frank with you. So much depends upon our starting work again that I cannot let him go until that happens." "And if, just supposing, that does not happen? I mean, supposing, through his agency, the mill remains idle?" "I cannot answer you. I have only one thing to add." Dave had raised himself upon his elbow, and his face was hard and set. "No man may bring ruin upon a community to satisfy his own mean desires, his revenge, however that revenge may be justified. If we fail, if Malkern is to be made to suffer through that man, God help him." The girl was facing him now. Her two hands were outstretched appealingly. "But, Dave, should you judge him? Have you the right? Surely there is but one judge, and his alone is the right to condemn weak, erring human nature. Surely it is not for you, us—" Dave dropped back upon his pillow. There was no relenting in his eyes. "His own work shall judge him," he said in a hard voice. "What I may do is between him and me." Betty looked at him long and earnestly. Then she rose from her chair. "So be it, Dave. I ask you but one thing. Deal with him as your heart prompts you, not as your head dictates. I will send him to you, and will come back again, when the mill is at work." Their eyes met in one long, ardent gaze. The man nodded, and the smile in his eyes was very, very tender. "Yes, Betty. Don't leave me too long. I can't do without you now." The girl's eyes dropped before the light she beheld in his. "I don't want you to do without me," she murmured. And she hurried out of the room. End of chapter 31. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 32 of The Trail of the Axe. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Trail of the Axe, a story of the Red Sand Valley, by Ridgwell CULLUM. Chapter 32. Two Men and a Woman. It took some time for Betty to carry out Dave's wishes. Simon Odd, who was Jim Truscott's jailer while the mills were idle, and who had him secreted away where curious eyes were not likely to discover him, was closely occupied with the preparations at the other mill. She had to dispatch a messenger to him, and the messenger having found Simon, it was necessary for the latter to procure his prisoner and hand him over to Dave himself. All this took a long time, nearly an hour and a half, which made it 2:00 in the morning before Truscott reached the office under his escort. Odd presented him with scant ceremony. He knocked on the door, was admitted, and stood close behind his charge's shoulder. "Here he is, boss," said the man with rough freedom. "Will I stand by in case he gets gay?" But Dave had his own ideas. He needed no help from anybody in dealing with this man. "No," he said at once. "You can get back to your mill. I relieve you of all further responsibility of your charge. But you can pass me some things to prop my pillow up before you go." The giant foreman did as he was bid. Being just a plain lumberman, with no great nicety of fancy, he selected 3 of the ledgers for the purpose. Having propped his employer into a sitting posture, he took his departure in silence. Dave waited until the door closed behind him. His cold eyes were on the man who had so nearly ruined him, who, indirectly, had nearly cost him his life. As the door closed he drew his right hand from under the blankets, and in it was a revolver. He laid the weapon on the blanket, and his fingers rested on the butt. Jim Truscott watched his movements, but his gaze was more mechanical than one of active interest. What his thoughts were at the moment it would have been hard to say, except that they were neither easy nor pleasant, if one judged from the lowering expression of his weak face. The active hatred which he had recently displayed in Dave's presence seemed to be lacking now. It almost seemed as though the rough handling he had been treated to, the failure of his schemes for Dave's ruin, had dulled the edge of his vicious antagonism. It was as though he were indifferent to the object of the meeting, to its outcome. He did not even seem to appreciate the significance of the presence of that gun under Dave's fingers. His attitude was that of a man beaten in the fight where all the odds had seemed in his favor. His mind was gazing back upon the scene of his disaster as though trying to discover the joint in the armor of his attack which had rendered him vulnerable and brought about his defeat. Dave understood something of this. His understanding was more the result of his knowledge of a character he had studied long ago, before the vicious life the man had since lived had clouded the ingenuous impulses of a naturally weak but happy nature. He did not fathom the man's thoughts. He did not even guess at them. He only knew the character, and the rest was like reading from an open book. In his heart he was more sorry for him than he would have dared to admit, but his mind was thinking of all the suffering the mischief of this one man had caused, might yet cause. Betty had displayed a wonderful wisdom when she bade him let his heart govern his judgment in dealing with this man. "You'd best sit down, Jim," Dave said. Already his heart was defying his head. That use of a familiar first name betrayed him. "It may be a long sitting. You're going to stay right here with me until the mill starts up work. I don't know how long that'll be." Truscott made no answer. He showed he had heard and understood by glancing round for a chair. In this quest his eyes rested for a moment on the closed door. They passed on to the chair at the desk. Then they returned to the door again. Dave saw the glance and spoke sharply. "You'd best sit, boy. That door is closed to you. And I'm here to keep it closed to you." Still the man made no reply. He turned slowly toward the chair at the desk and sat down. His whole attitude expressed weariness. It was the dejected weariness of a brain overcome by hopelessness. Watching him, Dave's mind reverted to Betty in association with him. He wondered at the nature of this man's regard for her, a regard which was his excuse for the villainies he had planned and carried out against him and the mills. His thoughts went back to the day of their boy and girl engagement, as he called it now. He remembered the eager, impulsive lover, weak, selfish, but full of passion and youthful protestations. He thought of his decision to go away, and the manner of it. He remembered it was Betty who finally decided for them both. And her decision was against his more selfish desires, but one that opened out for him the opportunity of showing himself to be the man she thought him. Yes, this man had been too young, too weak, too self-indulgent. There lay the trouble of his life. His love for Betty, if it could be called by so pure a name, had been a mere self-indulgence, a passionate desire of the moment that swept every other consideration out of its path. There was not that underlying strength needed for its support. Was he wholly to blame? Dave thought not. Then there was that going to the Yukon. He had protested at the boy's decision. He had known from the first that his character had not the strength to face the pitiless breath of that land of snowy desolation. How could one so weak pit himself against the cruel forces of nature, such as are to be found in that land? It was impossible. The inevitable had resulted. He had fallen to the temptations of the easier paths of vice in Dawson, and, lost in that whirl, Betty was forgotten. His passion died down, satiated in the filthy dives of Dawson. Then had come his return to Malkern. Stinking with the contamination of his vices, he had returned caring for nothing but himself. He had once more encountered Betty. The pure, fresh beauty of the girl had promptly set his vitiated soul on fire. But now there was no love, not even a love such as had been his before, but only a mad desire, a desire as uncontrolled as the wind-swept rollers of a raging sea. It was the culminating evil of a manhood debased by a long period of loose, vicious living. She must be his at any cost, and opposition only fired his desire the more, and drove him to any length to attain his end. The pity of it! A spirit, a bright, buoyant spirit, lost in the mad whirl of a nature it had not been given him the power to control. His heart was full of a sorrowful regret. His heart bled for the man, while his mind condemned his ruthless actions. He lay watching in a silence that made the room seem heavy and oppressive. As yet he had no words for the man who had come so nearly to ruining him. He had not brought him there to preach to him, to blame him, to twit him with the failure of his evil plans, the failure he had made of a life that had promised so much. He held him there that he might settle his reckoning with him, once and for all, in a manner which should shut him out of his life forever. He intended to perform an action the contemplation of which increased the sorrow he felt 100-fold, but one which he was fully determined upon as being the only course, in justice to Betty, to Malkern, to himself, possible. The moments ticked heavily away. Truscott made no move. He gave not the slightest sign of desiring to speak. His eyes scarcely heeded his surroundings. It was almost as if he had no care for what this man who held him in his power intended to do. It almost seemed as though the weight of his failure had crushed the spirit within him, as though a dreary lassitude had settled itself upon him, and he had no longer a thought for the future. Once during that long silence he lifted his large bloodshot eyes, and his gaze encountered the other's steady regard. They dropped almost at once, but in that fleeting glance Dave read the smoldering fire of hate which still burned deep down in his heart. The sight of it had no effect. The man's face alone interested him. It looked years older. It bore a tracery of lines about the eyes and mouth, which, at his age, it had no right to possess. His hair, too, was already graying amongst the curls that had always been one of his chief physical attractions. It was thinning, too, a premature thinning at the temples, which also had nothing to do with his age. Later, again, the man's eyes turned upon the door with a calculating gaze. They came back to the bed where Dave was lying. The movement was unmistakable. Dave's fingers tightened on the butt of his revolver, and his great head was moved in a negative shake, and the ominous shining muzzle of his revolver said plainly, "Don't." Truscott seemed to understand, for he made no movement, nor did he again glance at the door. It was a strange scene. It was almost appalling in its significant silence. What feelings were passing, what thoughts, no one could tell from the faces of the two men. That each was living through a small world of recollection, mostly bitter, perhaps regretful, there could be no doubt, yet neither gave any sign. They were both waiting. In the mind of one it was a waiting for what he could not even guess at. In the other it was for something for which he longed yet feared might not come. The hands of the clock moved on, but neither heeded them. Time meant nothing to them now. An hour passed, an hour and a half, 2 hours of dreadful silence. That vigil seemed endless, and its silence appalling. Then suddenly a sound reached the waiting ears. It was a fierce hissing, like an escape of steam. It grew louder, and into the hiss came a hoarse tone, like a harsh voice trying to bellow through the rushing steam. It grew louder and louder. The voice rose to a long-drawn hoot, which must have been heard far down the wide spread of the Red Sand Valley. It struck deep into Dave's heart, and loosed in it such a joy as rarely comes to the heart of man. It was the steam siren of the mill belching out its message to a sleeping village. The master of the mills had triumphed over every obstacle. The mill had once more started work. Dave waited until the last echo of that welcome voice had died out. Then, as his ears drank in the welcome song of his saws, plunging their jagged fangs into the newly arrived logs, he was content. He turned to the man in the chair. "Did you hear that, Jim? Do you know what it means?" he asked, in a voice softened by the emotion of the moment. Truscott's eyes lifted, but he made no answer. The light in them was ugly. He knew. "It means that you are free to go," Dave went on. "It means that my contract will be successfully completed within the time limit. It means that you will leave this village at once and never return, or the penitentiary awaits you for the wrecking of my mills." Truscott rose from his seat. The hate in his heart was stirring. It was rising to his head. The fury of his eyes was appalling. Dave saw it. He shifted his gun and gripped it tightly. "Wait a bit, lad," he said coldly. "It means more than all that to you. A good deal more. Can you guess it? It means that I, and not you, am going to marry Betty Somers." "God!" The man was hit as Dave had meant him to be hit. He started, and his clenched hands went up as though about to strike. The devil in his eyes was appalling. "Now go! Quick!" The word leaped from the lumberman's lips, and his gun went up threateningly. For a moment it seemed as though Truscott was about to spring upon him, regardless of the weapon's shining muzzle. But he did not move. A gun in Dave's hand was no idle threat, and he knew it. Besides, he had not the moral strength of the other. He moved to the door and opened it. Then for one fleeting second he looked back. It may have been to reassure himself that the gun was still there. It may have been a last expression of his hate. Another moment and he was gone. Dave replaced his gun beneath the blankets and sighed. Betty sprang into the room. "Hello, door open?" she demanded, glancing about her suspiciously. Then her sparkling eyes came back to the injured man. "Do you hear, Dave?" she cried, in an ecstasy of excitement. "Did you hear the siren? I pulled and held the valve cord. Did you hear it? Thank God!" Dave's happy smile was sufficient for the girl. Had he heard it? His heart was still ringing with its echoes. "Betty, come here," he commanded. "Help me up." "Why—" "Help me up, dear," the man begged. "I must get up. I must get to the door. Don't you understand, child? I must see." "But you can't go out, Dave." "I know. Only to the door. But I must see." The girl came over to his bedside. She lifted him with a great effort. He sat up. Then he swung his feet off the bed. "Now, little girl, help me." It felt good to him to reinforce his will upon Betty in this way. And the girl obeyed him with all her strength, with all her heart stirred at his evident weakness. He stood leaning on her shakily. "Now, little Betty," he said, breathing heavily, "take me to the door." He placed his sound arm around her shoulders. He even leaned more heavily upon her than was necessary. It was good to lean on her. He liked to feel her soft, round shoulders under his arm. Then, too, he could look down upon the masses of warm brown hair which crowned her head. To him his weakness was nothing in the joy of that moment, in the joy of his contact with her. They moved slowly toward the door. He made the pace slower than necessary. To him they were delicious moments. To Betty, she did not know what she felt, as her arm encircled his great waist, and all her woman's strength and love was extended to him. At the door they paused. They stared out into the yards. The great mills loomed up in the ruddy flare light. It was a dark, shadowy scene in that inadequate light. The steady shriek of the saws filled the air. The grinding of machinery droned forth, broken by the pulsing throb of great shafts and moving beams. Men were hurrying to and fro, dim figures full of life and intent upon the labors so long suspended. They could see the trimmed logs sliding down the chutes. They could hear the grind of the rollers. They could hear the shoutings of "checkers," and beyond they could see the glowing reflection of the waste fire. It was a sight that thrilled them both. It was a sight that filled their hearts with thanks to God. Each knew that it meant success. Dave turned from the sight, and his eyes looked down upon the slight figure at his side. Betty looked up into his face. Her eyes were misty with tears of joy. Suddenly she dropped her eyes and looked again at the scene before them. Her heart was beating wildly. Her arm, supporting the man at her side, was shaking, nor was it with weariness of her task. She felt that it could never tire of that. Dave's deep voice, so gentle, yet so full of the depth and strength of his nature, was speaking. "It's good, Betty. It's good. We've won out, you and I." Her lips moved to protest at the part she had played, but he silenced her. "Yes, you and I," he said softly. "It's all ours, yours and mine. You'll share it with me?" The girl's supporting arm moved convulsively. "No, no," he went on quickly. "Don't take your arm away. I need its support. Betty, little Betty, I need more than that. I need your support always. Say, dear, you'll give it to me. You won't leave me alone now? Betty, Betty, I love you so almighty badly." The girl moved her head as though to avoid his kisses upon her hair. Somehow her face was lifted in doing so, and they fell at once upon her lips instead. End of chapter 32. Recording by Roger Melin. End of The Trail of the Axe by Ridgwell CULLUM.